Uh, well, here we are. Continuing down the um, PGR peak story here. Chapter 23, Wintry's Shackles. Alpha patch. Time for Alpha's story here. I'm excited. I'm excited for this one. Now, depending on how long this story will be, if it's a long one, like, if it's as long as the previous chapter, chapter 22, then obviously I'll go through it again tomorrow. But I have a feeling it's not gonna be that long. So after today, tomorrow will be Floating Reverie. I think it's called that. Is it? Wait, hang on. Floating Reverie, right? Yes, the Han Ying story. Alrighty. Wintry's Shackles. Let me take a drink of water real quick. Alrighty. Let's get this reading going. Her traces. The crimson figure, eerily reminiscent of a demon from the abyss, sheaths its long blade and casts a provocative gaze her way. I wonder how the previous chapter leads up to this. Then again, this is focused on Alpha, so it's like, I don't think it's connected in any sort of way. "10 a.m. 8 kilometers outside Oasis." Oh wait, hang on a second. Sorry, wait, give me a few seconds. Sorry about that. In the desert is a lone traveling wolf, without a pack or a sense of direction. Tired it may be, there is no stopping now. Catch it! It couldn't have gone far. It couldn't have run far. Can't let it inform the Forsaken. Ooh. Sand flies as a car adorned with skulls and twisted letters charges across the desert. The sound of its engine covering even the music it is playing. Ahead of the vehicle is a gray wolf. One can imagine what it has gone through just by looking at it. Wounds deep enough to reveal the bones, and black sludges composed of dirt around its exposed flesh, dyed red by fresh blood spilled. There is no way to know how an animal this injured can run this fast. Damn it! I didn't expect Watt to pull a stunt like this. We can't let his pet spill the beans. If people find out that we were the ones who kidnapped those Scarlet Revelation members. He spits angrily at the thought of that. Watanabe won't let us off the hook. Those guys from Corona are only going to cover their tracks. Swear word. This bastard surely is a fast runner. It's stopping. Wait, is that a person there? The stray wolf is just flesh and blood after all. As it runs, it stumbles. Oh. And it falls next to a lonesome figure, no longer able to stand. The figure looks drastically different from the armed bandits. The only weapon on her is the blade on her back. I wonder who that is. Doesn't look like a Forsaken to me. Observing through the dust storm, the leading bandit on the vehicle finds the figure alone, without the uniform and gears of a Forsaken soldier. He figures she must be a scavenger who got separated from her group. Go over her. He quickly gives his order, as he did in the past. The wind from the car sweeps up the tattered cloak on her body, revealing her silvery hair. Is that a construct with heterochromia? Suddenly, the white light reflected by her blade blinds them all. Oh god. The severed vehicle flips and rolls over Alpha's head before falling into the yellow sand. Alpha looks down at the dying wolf. with blood-stained foam in its mouth. It shivers as it tries to stand, but it can barely move a leg. There is a pale blue collar around its neck, suggesting that humans have tamed this beast of nature. Stubbornly, it looks ahead, its cloudy eyes glistening faintly. The wolf suddenly hears a song from afar. The wind carries the music to them. Perhaps fate has saved the music player from being cut in half like the vehicle was. Folks from home singing a song of yore, and a life is saved by a connection made. The wolf turns to look at Alpha. In its mind, Alpha is someone who is willing to help it, even though it has never known her scent. Alpha reaches out to the dying creature. Ugh. But before she does anything, she sees. Broken guns mingle with flesh and blood. A shattered dagger is embedded in vital fluid-covered sand. In the center is a crimson figure, eerily reminiscent of a demon from the abyss, sheathing its long blade and casting a provocative gaze her way. Shut up! The phantom vanishes as quickly as it appears, leaving nothing but a faint sting on Alpha's left eye like a ripple in the water. She covers her left eye with her white hair. Ignoring the wolf's mournful plea, she continues toward her target. Oh, don't leave the doggo. She was just a passerby. Getting involved will only lead to undesirable consequences. Not to mention that the commotion just now is enough to alert some people around this part of the world. Let go of the past, the present, the future. Put them in the hands of others. La la la, la la la, la la la. The wolf's heavy breathing slowly quiets down in the wind. How could you leave the doggo? Half an hour later. Boss, we've looked around. There's still a faint hint of punishing virus on the scene, but we can't locate the source. Good job, fellas. Whoever did this must have left already. Notify the other camps to stay alert for the next 24 hours. Roger. Did we find Watt? We found him in the trunk of the car. Should we let his family know? Watanabe shakes his head. The only family Watt had died in the previous conflict. I'm sorry. I didn't know. It's not your fault. You never mentioned it to anyone. Watanabe takes out the chip from the wolf's collar and clenches his fist. Let's cremate Watt and walk her together. That was his last request. Back it up. Ask the smelters to collect the wreckage of the vehicle. We still have a few things to discuss with Babylonia alone. The disappearances, these people, are connected to Corona, aren't they? It's happened before, but they always cover their tracks very thoroughly, leaving only inconsequential pawns in their wake. Do we really need to work with Babylonia? Perhaps it would be cleaner if we do it ourselves. Some things are more effective if we work with them. Right now, our priority is to stop these kidnappings from happening again. And there are still a few decent people in Babylonia. Sure, there are a few good eggs in the new generation, but you're trying to contact the gang that ordered the Great Evacuation. Will those selfish bastards really care about these disappearing cultists? They'll be interested in the information. After all, it's no secret that the Parliament and Corona don't see eye to eye. And we need them to verify this intel anyway. Ooh! A long and slender figure appears near the wreckage not long after the Forsaken has left. She fiddles with the sand with her umbrella. Gotcha. With a light flick, the small music player lands in her hand. A red spark flashes in the air before the silent machine sings again. La la la, la la la, la la la. This power is surely convenient. How intoxicating, says the slender figure delightedly as she holds the music player up. Having altered the signal of the music player to let that human accidentally discover the information on that group, she suspects the humans will continue investigating. Her mission has gone smoothly, just with the push of a small coincidence. Looking up, she gazes at where Alpha is headed and sticks her purplish blue tongue out. And an unexpected catch as well. Humming alongside the tune from the music player, the slender figure joyously makes her way in the same direction. I surely hope I'll pass this internship assessment. La la la, la la la, la la la. The departing lone wolf has gained the courage to go on. Wintry Shackles, Chapter 23. For a new home. La la la, la la la, la la la. Lucia. Huh? A familiar voice interrupts the faint music in the background. Something on your mind? Nothing. I just thought I heard someone singing. Singing? You look into the near distance and see a crowd working inside the large conservation area. Some of them are scavengers trying to escape the hetero creatures, and some are the cargo crew from Akdalek. And some are Babylonia personnel, like Lucia and you. It's probably the scavengers singing. I couldn't tell. Oh, here you are. Here you are. A construct walks in and interrupts you right as you are trying to listen to the song Lucia mentioned. I thought you'd be here since you weren't with the engineering force. We were trying to help, but the engineering force kicked us out. How rude. There's nothing you can help. If someone sees you here, this place will be packed with people again. You better find somewhere to stay outside, I say. We don't want to disturb their work, even if we were just trying to be helpful. You let out a sigh. After the hetero tower was reversed, the situation on the surface changed drastically. The blue spire indicates the first genuine safe zone on Earth. A place that does not have to rely on giant central purification filters or worry about attacks from waves of hetero creatures. Like the color of the spire itself, it has given humanity a haven with blue sky and clean air. Most conservation areas were built away from the front line in the past due to many factors: the concentration level of the punishing virus, the movement of hetero creatures, the location of water sources, and so on. Before the appearance of the hetero tower, there were only a few small conservation areas nearby that also served as supply stations and lookouts near the front line. Most conservation areas are far from the tower, relying on CPFs to sustain the basic requirements of survival. The resources required to keep CPFs running are nothing to scoff at. After a long discussion, the world government decided to relocate the existing large conservation areas into the clean zone of the Inver Hetero Tower. The monitoring facilities surrounding the Inver Hetero Tower have been more or less set up. Overseeing the new tower day and night, they are also equipped with Omega weapons on standby. Humanity is treating this rare miracle with utmost caution. But the relocation has not gone well from the very start. You're asking me to move to a place that doesn't need CPFs anymore. What happens to my job? Can you guarantee that I'll receive the same treatment in the new place? And what about the seers I've stockpiled? A clean zone without punishing virus. Can it be real? You're not trying to move us there as test subjects, are you? I bet they're trying to work us to death to fix up the place before kicking us out. Why wouldn't the top brass of Babylonia move their runaway otherwise? Anxiousness, uncertainties, distrust, manipulations. The exhausted people prefer the stability of now instead of the unknown beauty of the future. The conservation areas are not owned by Babylonia. The residents of these places cannot be ignored. Wells told me you're willing to do the promotional work. ... Huh. There's no need for that expression. You know full well how the situation on the surface differs from the past as a commandant on the front line yourself. The clean zone created by the Inver Hetero Tower, the awakened machines from Castelia. Punishing virus is no longer humanity's only obstacle. These two new phenomenons have presented us new challenges, but also new opportunities. The quicker we can decide on a way to address them, the more likely we can decide the shape of the future. Convincing the people from the conservation areas. It's probably a job for the diplomatic corps instead of me. Don't underestimate your influence. What you have achieved on the battlefield is nothing short of a miracle. The people are not the only ones who trust Grey Raven's judgment. Ascend chuckles. Obviously, some also consider your lot an uncontrollable factor, but even those people can't lay a finger on you now. Trust is built over a long period of time, but it can be destroyed in an instant. The Great Evacuation was such an instance. There's no way of knowing if we made the right call. But there's no doubt that it was a betrayal to the people remaining on the surface. It's unlikely for my generation to re-establish trust with them. Luckily, there's a new generation now. You in particular, Grey Raven Commandant. That's why I want you to assist in the conservation areas. So, is the clean zone really safe? Yes. We came up with that conclusion after thorough investigations. You can read the report from the Science Council whenever you want. This will be our first step to reclaim Earth and our first step to rebuild trust with the people on the surface. We won't rest until all risks are eliminated. You'll offer other jobs with the same compensation in a safer environment? Fine. I'll trust you. I'll help you persuade the others. It's fine. I'm sure Babylonia wouldn't send their wonder child just to trick us. After all, I'd rather trust someone who walks the same earth than those who sleep soundly in a space garden. Alright, business can take place anywhere. But I imagine only soldiers like you will need these serums in the future. Do you want to buy some now? Well, you can. How incredible. People were barely surviving just a while ago, and now we've got the clean zone, a place beyond our wildest dream. We'll cooperate. After all, we would have died in that basement if it weren't for you. Even though you were unconscious the whole time. It's good to have you here. Leader was hoping to take this chance to meet you. The cargo crew's preparation is almost done. What about you guys? Wansha should be calling us any minute now. He's never late. This is Wansha. The reconnaissance in area of FD-12 is complete. At that moment, Wansha notices Chang Yu standing next to you. Hiya. Are you discussing something else? I can report later. It's nice to take a nap first. Don't worry, we just hired the cargo crew from Actilike this time. Chang Yu is representing the ACA. You don't have to talk around your findings when he's here. If that's what the person in charge is saying. The recon team members from Babylonia stare at the twisted creatures crawling by their feet in the ruins. It keeps moving, one of its limbs probing forward like a worshipper trapped on the road. Area FD-12 is the last reconnaissance location in this direction. Although the concentration level of punching virus now is much lower than what's recorded in the files, it hasn't dropped to 0. I suppose the reach of the clean zone ends here. Still, we'll have to wait for the results from the detectors we deployed to get an accurate reading of the actual concentration level. In order to confirm the area cleansed by the Inverhedro Tower and the situation within the clean zone, Babylonia has sent out almost every recon team and formed a joint reconnaissance company. The company heads out in 12 directions around the Inverhedro Tower for an extensive recon mission. As their investigations progress, more and more clean zones absent of the punishing virus are discovered. The support force that follows them has since recovered many supplies that the hetero creatures kept them from retrieving in the past, especially industrial supplies in large warehouses. Because of that, requests for supplies from logistics have also become easier. But the Joint Reconnaissance Company has also brought back many concerning discoveries apart from good news. Do the immobile hetero creatures match the previous reports? Yeah, although there isn't a pattern of how they are spread. All these hetero creatures were heading for the same destination. As he speaks, Wansha turns and stares at the blue spire that requires a visual aid module to see. You guessed it. They're all heading for the Inverhedra Tower, which is a pretty lazy name, don't you think? It's just a temporary name. The Science Council's analysis of the tower has also paused. After all, we can't get inside it now, no matter how hard we try. Lee is still the only person who has gotten inside, right? He still doesn't remember the crucial parts? Shaking head. He did a mind memory scan, but we couldn't find anything. The memory data obtained from Lee's mind replicated the sequence when Lee entered the top of the tower from his transport craft, and the length of the sequence matched the length of your connections. But it did not contain the key moments when the tower reversed. The time recorded in his mind also reverted to 0 at one point. Asimov said that it could only happen when memory data exceeded the storage capacity. It sounds like the tower used to look like a figment of the imagination. That's not a bad name. You want me to relate it to the bosses? Whatever you say. Just let me continue my report. Wansha looks down and inspects the new hetero creature again. It has a snake-shaped body with 8 arthropod legs. Its crystals with sharp edges cover its surface, acting as aggressive spikes that serve as both armor and blade. We've discovered 12 undocumented types of hetero creatures this time. We've uploaded all related images and data to the general staff. That's 86 new types in total. Holy shit! I wonder how many more there are we have yet to see. Nearly 100 of them. Hetero creatures have been relying on their endless numbers to annihilate humanity's basis. Whether by some unknown design or evolutionary instinct, all hetero creatures seem to end up with hedgehog-like bodies. It forces human forces to waste their finite ammo to attack the creatures from afar, while inhibiting constructs' advantages on the battlefield. Once human forces are out of ammo, only the number of one side will be dwindling in close-quarter combats. Thanks for all the attention you've given us lately. Wansha grumbles to nobody before kicking the now colorless crystals on the hetero creature. Hiss. The crystals crumble into white sand, carried into the distance by a gentle breeze. These hetero creatures also experience a certain level of weathering. As the Science Council expected, they are not as weathered as the ones nearer to the hetero tower. And the corrupted? No, that's not what they are now. The intelligent machines here have all stopped moving. All of their logic circuits are heavily damaged. We haven't found anyone on the list of missing personnel. Wansha pauses for a second. I'll still keep an eye out. Any sign of the red tide? We've inspected all underground tunnels, bunkers, storage facilities, and more. There's no sign of the red tide anywhere. But there's one place that's concerning. Wansha enlarges the visuals on the terminal. You can see a construct in red with white hair dashing by in the corner of the footage. An ascendant. That was 5 days ago. We paid extra attention to that location after we detected some unusual concentral levels of punishing virus there. It was an abandoned factory. We spent quite a while to find a functioning camera that gave us this footage. Ascendants can control the punishing virus. She shouldn't have left behind such obvious traces. There are many possible reasons. I'll let you guys figure that out. Thanks for your work. I wouldn't mind borrowing your sleeping pod a little bit longer. Wansha out. Commandant. You, Lucia, and you look each other in the eyes. Both of you know full well who that figure was. But why would she show up after disappearing for such a long time? And why did she leave such an obvious trail? You temporarily ignore the questions you have in mind and concentrate on the work before you. Chongyun. I know. Notify those in charge and come up with a new security plan, right? Yeah, thanks. First, it was the hetero creatures, and then it was that weird tower. I almost forgot about the Ascendants at this point. What are these sneaky bastards up to? What indeed? Okay, hang on. I will be right back. You can't really see that, huh? That makes it even harder to see. Wait. Give me a second here. Okay. I will be right back. BRB. Okay, I'm back. Peak story indeed. Alrighty. Undercurrents and omens. Back into it. In a dark, concealed room, faint blue projections light up one after another. Intentionally blurred projections turn them into ghosts, hidden from history, cloaked in oppressive darkness. During the day, they are powerful council members, industry leaders, or generals who can sway the Babylonia headquarters. But here, they are all the same, a member of Kurono. Let's begin. As always, this encrypted channel will only last 2 hours. The casualty of the disruption at the Hetero Tower has freed up many seats. The Parliament took this chance to fill them with their people, including constructs. Their reasons were sound and the people supported it. We couldn't stop them. Even though those are insignificant positions, we have still lost a complete chain of command, and it's unlikely that we will again. Is it not enough for them to make a hero squad? How much more influence do they want to give constructs now? It's alright. Deserters are also constructs, aren't they? Hassan was just trying to calm down the wavering constructs and turn the public's attention away from the deserters. Don't push them too hard. It won't do us any good. We just have to make sure this temporary situation doesn't become the norm. Regarding the surface, only 32% of our recruits have re-established contact, most of whom are located in larger organizations such as Actilec and ARU. We haven't been contacted by most of the smaller bases. We're still tallying the number of the subordinates of those recruits. What about our labs on the surface? 4 of our medium general laboratories and 2 small biological laboratories are situated within the clean zone. It's only a matter of time before they're discovered, so we've vacated them. All other laboratories outside the clean zone have been reactivated, not counting the small memory research center destroyed by the Ascendants. Except for... He pauses. Although no one can be eavesdropping on them, he still lowers his voice. The North Asian Research Institute of Life Science and Evolution, aka Fort Winter. The weight of this name stops everyone in their tracks briefly. The darkness surrounding them somehow feels darker. The team we sent to Fort Winter hasn't responded after they entered. We've sent in all the private forces we can mobilize. The Aurora Squadron is still under maintenance. Any further action will expose us to the Parliament. The last incident has caused us too much. A large private army was one of the key reasons why Kurono could act as they wished in the shadow. But with the Hetero Tower, the sharper this blade of theirs is, the deeper it cuts them. This high-level officer, who is in charge of the Kurono's military deployment, feels powerless for the first time. Did the Ascendants take over it? Unlikely. There was a significant amount of time before and after we deployed our team, and given what we know about how the Ascendants operate, it's hard to believe that they would stay in one place for this long. There wasn't any sign of hetero creatures before the entry either, so we've eliminated that possibility as well. We suspected that some unknown incident has taken place inside Fort Winter. Everyone turns to look at the first seat, waiting for the sitter's decision. Initiate the destruction sequence. What about the research data inside? It's the main research facility of Project Winter. We might be able to recover the past data with our processing centers around the world, but we didn't receive our latest batch of experiment data in time. What if the person in the first seat interrupts him before he can finish? We'll just have to do it again, and that's okay. Some things must never be found out. The Parliament has walked down a different path regarding what they need from Project Winter. They have gotten their specialized frames that are fully immune to the punishing virus. Given what they want is to reclaim Earth and eliminate the punishing virus, this is as far as they need to go. But for us, the specialized frame is just a byproduct of this process. Our ultimate goal is to acquire the power of the Ascension Network. Though our brief partnership has been pleasant, our fundamental goals are irreconcilable. Perhaps our honeymoon phase with the Parliament is coming to an end. The conflict between the Parliament and us will reach a boiling point sooner or later. The only reason we can still coexist is because neither of us has leverage over the other yet. I see. I'll make the arrangements. Please give me some time for deployment. Be quick. A new age has begun, and it will run over anyone who can't catch up. I think you'll be interested in the next piece of intel from our mystery guest. It concerns Grey Raven, the elite squad you've been paying close attention to. If we can make good use of this information, we may be able to deliver a lethal blow to Hassan and his people. It feels incredible no matter how many times we've run this experiment. I can't believe how much more we can improve and optimize a frame. Where am I? Director Kaplan, we've detected a fluctuation in the test subject's mind. Should we terminate the experiment? Who is the test subject? Terminate it and initiate the lullaby program. Has the data we collected this time been submitted to Fort Winter? Fort Winter. Winter. The phrase pierces the depth of the mind like a spear, blinding her vision with blood like crimson red. Uploaded. Initiating the lullaby program. Steady electromagnetic pulses gradually ease the pain in her mind, casting away the anguish as well as the ability to think. I can't fall asleep here. Desperately seeking a way to stay awake, she is drawn by a faint red light. She reaches out. Punishing virus detected in the subject. How is that possible? There's no... It's the Enver device. The young man's voice is no longer as calm as before. Execute contingency 0. Bounded by wires and apparatus, the Ascendant opens her eyes. 2 a.m. Conservation Area 14. What was that? Lucia tries to remember the images in her head just now, but what was a clear memory is now enveloped in impenetrable mist. Obviously, this aberration is caught by someone who spends days and nights with her. Lucia. It's late, Commandant. Aren't you resting? Lucia asks you as you walk to her side. There's a transport craft heading here for supplies soon. I couldn't sleep, so I went out for a walk. Liv would be so worried if she were here. Please don't tell her. Lucia smiles, seeing how abashed you look. You seem to be spacing out a lot lately. Seeing your concerned gaze, Lucia chooses not to deny it. Yeah, it's just a vague impression, but I feel like I've been seeing and hearing visions and voices that don't exist. It's like how I entered Alpha's deep mind underneath City 75 during the polyphage encounter. Could it be the residual effect of that deep dive? Lucia considers it seriously before shaking her head. The Science Council has cured the effects of that incident. It's been so long that I think it's unlikely to relapse. Not to mention that this is a little different. A little different. Even though my visions were blurred during the deep dive, I can still recall fragments of them afterward. But I can't remember anything just now except for the fact that I know I saw something. When did this start? The feelings I had before were too vague to be sure, but I know it didn't start today. Should I establish a deep mind connection to check? Sounds like a good idea. Establish. You come into contact with Lucia's emotions simmering under the surface through the deep mind connection. Trust and anxiousness. Hold her hand. Her surprised expression does not last very long before her mind calms down again. Inspect carefully. You don't have any professional equipment with you, but given your familiarity with your team members and your experience calibrating frames at the Science Council with Asimov, you can easily perform a simple checkup. The ocean is as calm as always. There are no hidden reefs or alarming storms. After carefully eliminating all possible concerns, you exit the connection. I didn't find anything. You let Lucia know your diagnosis. Every data of the frame is normal too. Lucia seems to have also completed a self-checkup on her frame while you were connected to her deep mind. Maybe it is the effects of her infected mind beacon during the battle at the Hetero Tower? Or maybe it is the result of the exhaustion from overworking constantly. I heard that constructs approaching retirement age often experience this kind of deep trance. Lucia's sudden words interrupt your thoughts. Maybe it's time for me to retire and work as an instructor at the training camps back home. Where did you hear that from? The construct instructor from the training camp told us back then. We did find out that she was just lying to skip her class. So, you were joking? Yes, I was joking. Lucia nods earnestly. It's okay, Commandant. This is nothing serious. So stop looking so worried. Was that so obvious? Lucia does not answer this time. She just looks at you, smiling. Fine. But when this mission is over, you're going to do a detailed inspection. Of course. 2:15 a.m., 10 kilometers outside the Conservation Area 14. The cold breeze carries away the imaginary warmth from her palm. Alpha clutches her fist, but there is nothing there. This is getting more and more frequent. It was just occasional voices at first, before her visual module began to perceive sporadic images. Eventually, the other senses of her frame were affected. These should belong to that Lucia. Alpha considered stopping these interferences, but as they got more intense, her countermeasures failed one by one. If I can't stop them, I should exploit them properly. Separating the information she needs out from the blurred visions, she infers Lucia's movement and plans her next step accordingly. Walking among the ruins, the crimson figure heads toward the conservation area. Suddenly, she stops and shouts at a shadowed area hidden from the moonlight. Show yourself. It's impressive how sensitive you still are in this condition. No wonder you are qualified to be an agent. Unfortunately, I don't have legs to walk on. How about we keep our wonderful distance? The elegant female voice speaks from where Alpha is staring at. Alpha ignores what she said and starts walking forward. A small music player drops at Alpha's feet. I wholeheartedly apologize for appearing before you in this embarrassing state. What do you want? I just want to offer a gift to prove my sincerity. You're so sincere that you won't show up before me? There's a transport craft landing in Area D12 soon. I think you'll find it very helpful. You know what I'm heading there for? How sincere can I be if I'm not pandering to what you desire? Instead of taking a risk at the well-guarded conservation area, you might find a more fitting prey inside that isolated transport craft. Is that sincere enough for you? Alpha ignores her and starts walking into the distance. We'll meet again. A reunion. This could be a trap. Your sincerity could be covering for other intentions. The sky darkens. Alpha's audio module begins to hear a familiar voice on top of her own footsteps. Babylonia wouldn't have set such a convoluted trap. Alpha is not sure when and why these noises appear, but she does not mind using them to clear her thoughts for now. You know that Babylonia isn't your only enemy. Humans aren't your only enemies. Turn back, or believe her. Even if it is a trap, they would still need a sizable bait. Alpha quickly scans every shadowy corner that can be used to hide while she is running, making sure no one is following or ambushing her. I'd rather choose something I can control than gamble near the tower. But it's not fully under your control. If you fail this time, you will truly lose everything. How do you know your choice is correct? Because I've seen the price of turning back. There are no free gifts in this world. Rights and duties are the two sides of the scale. Alpha shakes her head, trying to ignore the voice in her head like before. Running away now is just borrowing from your future. The time for repayment is here. Alpha could have sworn that the voice in her head was chuckling self-deprecatingly. Run away. I never planned to be an agent. There is only one thing Alpha has wanted to do since the night she shed her heavy uniform. To fulfill Luna's wish and let her do what she wants. Alpha pauses for a second before continuing past the rubbles and debris toward her target. Meaningless arguments will not help her situation right now. Intense emotions in her mind will only cause something to sprout. Alpha responds in silence, but her hurried steps and centered gaze betray her anxiousness. She made her choice because she knew that was the only path to what she wanted. You are no longer connected by blood. Do you want to sever your connection as ascendants as well? Even though we no longer have the same blood flowing inside us, it doesn't mean our wishes are different. The cold moonlight may not be able to illuminate her path, but the light reflected by the satellite 380,000 kilometers away shows Alpha that she is not only surrounded by darkness. And that is enough. I won't accept it. The Ascension Network chose Luna, and so did I. The noises in her audio module turned silent briefly, as if an old recorder is held next to her ear. The static signals slowly form a brief sentence. The Ascension Network didn't find her. She found the Ascension Network. Beneath the ruins, a few months ago. Kill you? What remains of her wings cover her motionless body. Her claws have been cleanly cut off. She tries to stand up and tear the prey before her apart, but she cannot move a single joint of hers. The air she pushes out while she talks leaks from her shattered chest cavity, making the sound of shattered bellows. Alpha cleans the vital fluid from her katana without sheathing it. Silently, she stares at one spot, ignoring the mad cries behind her. Soon, a purple-haired construct appears before Alpha, sitting on a strangely shaped chair. Why didn't you just leave? I didn't think you'd be happy to see me. Lucia. The name that Alpha has not heard for a long time causes a slight ripple in her mind. But its impact is nothing more than a fallen leaf on a pond, quickly dissipating. What are you doing here? I'm just trying to take my companion away at this point. Hearing that, Alpha sheathes her blade and heads toward the base, no longer suspicious. Mythos, keep her here. Kill her! I want her to suffer like I did. No, I want her to suffer more. We can't do it on our own. And that wasn't what Mr. ordered us to do. Now stop talking. It's only going to worsen your injuries. Take her, Paper Crane. Right as she says that, Lithos' chair transforms into a snake-like form, carefully wrapping around Voodoo. What are you doing? Put me down! The woman is getting away. Lithos turns to look at Alpha, who is already at the entrance at the base of the base, and asks her, Aren't you going to kill me? I don't do anything pointless. It'd make you feel better. Hey, Lithos! Don't worry. Paper Crane will take you back even if I'm dead. If there's a way to eliminate you once and for all, I might have done so. They would have tried to contact an Ascendant back then, even without your meddling. The tragedy was inevitable. It was just a matter of time. Babylonia no longer concerns me anymore. There is something more important to me than to be trapped by the shadow of the past. Is that so? Despite Mister's disposition, I do hope that your wish can come true. Alpha does not respond, her white hair disappearing at the entrance of the ruins. Kill her next time. Tear her apart with sharper claws. Toy with her with stronger wings. Give it up. You're just going to hurt yourself. Shove her leg into her mouth. Gouge her eyes and fill those sockets with vital fluid. Voodoo does not seem to hear what Lithos said. She's just babbling nonsense now, ignoring how her vital fluid is dripping from her chest cavity to the floor along Paper Crane's tail. Relax. Loki, Voodoo, I'll do my best to save you all. After hearing the message, Alpha rushed toward the ruins as fast as she could. She was hoping to board the ship heading for the moon to find Luna before Roland and Voodoo do, but they still arrived before her, having departed earlier. As she confronted Voodoo, Alpha noticed a fourth person rushing to join them secretly. Realizing Vonnegut's play, Alpha had to stay behind and delay them. If she boarded the ship with Roland, whatever happened could not be advantageous to rescuing Luna. Both Vonnegut and Alpha knew that Alpha would not give up on Luna no matter what she became. Perhaps that was the ending the agent was trying to prevent. To increase the chances of a successful rescue, Alpha told Roland everything she wanted to say. Did those words get passed to Luna? How is Luna doing now? What will she choose? The white-haired ascendant walks alone in the wilderness. She has not wagered all her hopes on others. Suddenly, she looks up at the dawning night sky as if hearing something. A shooting star flies across the sky, torching the veil of darkness and slowly descending onto the surface. Luna. Between the earth and sky lies a distance of 6,400 kilometers. The tail of the meteor has faded from the horizon. Even though they no longer have the same blood flowing inside them, an inseparable bond still connects them tightly. Alpha briefly pauses before sprinting toward her destination. The sun has just cast its first ray of light when Alpha arrives. The neglected linden has grown past the dilapidated house at this point. Sunlight shines through the gaps between the branches, the spots of light enveloping the silver girl. She is looking at the rotten fence in front of her. She was barely tall enough to reach the halfway point when she left. Now, she cannot find any trails of the past anymore. Noticing someone approaching, the girl turns around and finds what she cannot live without. The girl wants to just watch her silently like this, but she also wants to give her a hug. She wants to tell her everything, but she also cherishes the quiet time they share. Still, there is one thing she must do first. I'm back, Lucia. You're back. Alpha approaches Luna on the stone path like she did so many years ago. This was not a garden with overgrown weeds back then. New possibilities. Breezing past through this really quick. It's already nighttime when Luna and Alpha finish sharing their journeys. Hetero creatures, the twins. So this is how far the punishing virus has evolved. Gabriel's ambitions inevitably killed him in the end. Luna sounds calm when she mentions Gabriel's name again. Can the creations born from pure punishing virus reach the same end? What end? Luna does not explain. She just looks at Alpha with an apologetic gaze. It's something I'll understand after becoming an agent, isn't it? I figured. Alpha continues, not persisting. In that case, why is Vonnegut getting interested in those hetero creatures? And the merciful one I encountered in the underground tunnels where they were developing the heterohive mother said she was here for the glad tidings. Even though they can't reach the end, it can be used as a test for the filtering. I suppose Vonnegut was trying to encourage more worthy seeds to sprout this way. As for the merciful one, Luna looked serious and puzzled. I used to think that she was just an eccentric agent, but after I reconnected with the Ascension Network, I realized that she might be more than meet the eyes. I cannot tell if she really is an agent even now. So, I have no idea what she thinks of these hetero creatures. Still, Vonnegut worries me more out of the two of them. Even though his people are the ones on the field most of the time, they are always acting under his authorization. The recent desertion on Babylonia was likely his doing. You were investigating it. A defecting construct ran into my blade and thought I was the Ascendant who recruited him. After I made him tell me everything, I caught a few more defectors and interrogated them. They all said similar things that pointed toward Vonnegut and his lackeys. You didn't used to care about things like this. I don't care about Babylonia, but that man is linked to the humans. He was the one who gave out information about you. Even people who were there in City 75 didn't know Babylonia had you. He, on the other hand, knew your exact location. That wasn't information that a nobody could find out. He couldn't have known just by planting spies and informers. He must have collaborated with some of those people. In a way, he was culpable for their decisions. Not to mention that he was thinking about abandoning you on the moon. That alone makes him my enemy. Humans are never a unified people. Even the same person can make different choices in different situations. I'm not surprised that some of them would want to work with an agent. What we have to worry about is what humans have promised that agent, or what made them so confident that they had something even an agent would be interested in. Should we investigate? Luna pauses and ponders about before shaking her head. This is something that concerns Babylonia, not us. Although all his manipulations seem to have failed so far, it doesn't seem to bother him. He is obsessed, but he isn't mad. That makes him a dangerous opponent. Whatever he does, he can't upset the Ascension Network. He won't give up his position as an agent either. I don't worry about the Ascension Network. I worry about you, Luna. Even though you aren't as obsessed with the filtering as you used to be, you're more entangled with the Ascension Network than ever. Thank you, sis. I'm aware of my situation, but moving forward is the only way to the future. There's nothing but regret if we turn back now. Alpha pouts, letting go of the topic. Forget it. Forget it then. What should we do next? Should we look for more seeds that can pass the filtering like before? No. We can stop doing that for now. Luna stops hovering and sits down at the edge of the stone fountain. Gazing at the garden aimlessly, she considers their next step. Do you want to go in and take a look if you can't think of anything right now? Alpha looks at the battered garden. Dust settles on the shattered window. The white paint on the wall has peeled off, revealing the yellow and rotten wood structure underneath. Even though there is nothing left. Sure, let's take a look before we can decide on our next move. They walk toward the door and notice some strange symbols painted in red. The color has faded, but the shapes are still recognizable. What's that? Luna suddenly chuckles as if realizing something. Hearing that, Alpha turns around, confused. What is it? Nothing. I guess it's some kind of puzzle. Luna shakes her head and stops laughing, but there is still a smile on her face. Sis. What? Do you miss the days with Roland and Lamia? Why do you ask? I can accompany you if you want to look for them. That's not necessary. If they want to find me, they will. Luna gently pushes open the door. The rotten wood and rusted metal creak while dust slowly falls. But I suppose they both have something they want to do before that. Look at what this place has become. Moonlight enters the house for the first time in years. A hetero creature is crawling on the floor. Its front claws, strong enough to tear apart metal plates, curl near its chest like a mole's. Although this mole is at least half a meter tall, even when it is curled up, the threatening beast is cowering under the pale girl's gaze. There's nothing unusual here. Alpha walks out from one side of the building and finds Luna staring at the hetero creature before her. Is something wrong with it? Luna retracts her gaze from the hetero creature and turns to Alpha. It's afraid, sis. Alpha watches the spikes surrounding the hetero creature silently. The reflection of light from the barbs on the spikes screams danger. Yeah, understandable. Luna waves her hand, and the spikes formed by the punching wires dissipate into crimson particles. The curling hetero creature quickly runs off as if being spared. Looking at where the hetero creature went, Luna contemplates. Since when have you been interested in hetero creatures? I'm just surprised you can feel fear. Let me explain. Sensing a hint of surprise from Alpha, Luna elaborates. These hetero creatures might be structurally different from the corrupted, but their behavioral patterns are identical, both driven by their primal instincts. The way they identify enemies is pretty straightforward. They're programmed with a target, or they determine it by sensing if the punishing virus is present. You're saying that they wouldn't attack an ascendant unless someone's controlling them. And they shouldn't be afraid of us. Fear indicates resistance, and resistance will lead to rebellion. Is it scared of you or an agent? I don't know. It could even be something else. Where did you find it? It was just crawling around here, but it immediately tried to run away after sensing my presence. Hetero creatures are not animals. They don't have natural predators, and I have the punishing virus with me, which made its behavior extremely strange. So I trapped it. Did you discover anything? Luna shakes her head, but it does not seem to be a great loss for her. I'm not sure why. It could be the way it was programmed when it was born, or it could be an accident. You've shown a newfound interest in corrupted and hetero creatures on our way here. I suppose I'm hoping to find a new possibility from the way they evolve and change. Luna looks up. A few white clouds adorn the blue sky. The satellite that has accompanied this planet for millennia, nowhere to be found yet. Nothing remains constant, be it ascendants, humans, or machines. Now, even hetero creatures exhibit unexpected changes. So is the standard of the filtering. The Ascension Network is looking forward to new possibilities. New possibilities, is it? If there's something you want to do, do it. Of course. And you? Is there something you want to do, Lucia? Me? Perhaps there will be. Right now, staying with you and not losing you again is good enough for me. They still believe they have plenty of time to discover their paths to the future. Oh, such a cute sisterly bond between them. Hetero anomaly. The storm carries the sand into the air. The red obelisk connects the earth and the sky, forming a suffocating cage and obscuring any sense of direction. Coarse stones smash on her artificial skin, making loud, clanging sounds. Compared to the cuts, however, the shakes beneath her feet are more concerning. Everywhere she looks is chaos. Hearing nothing but the howl of the wind, she finds everything surrounding her crumbling down amid the quake. Where is she? What is happening? Is this real? She tries her best to remember. Grabbing a hold of a fleeting memory, she pieces the fragments back together. Remember, we were searching for something. Alpha trudges through the storm within her mind as images flash by like a revolving lantern. Going against the current, she starts searching for where it all started. Is that really you, Lucia? This memory again. Standing on an ice field, Alpha stares at her dead friend. Lucia, do you want to return to Babylonia with us? Although she knows they are not real, she cannot help but reach out for them. An electromagnetic barrier suddenly rises and blocks her view. This is the memory she hates the most. Shattering the barrier, she no longer finds her old friends there as they are replaced by Ray Raven. Let's go back, Lucia. Commandant is still waiting for us. I am back. Lucia. She looks at the tags on her hand, and the wings and shield and the symbol are still plain to see despite how worn the tags are. The three figures head further away, and Alpha turns around, ready to go. Clutching the tags on her hand, she notices something strange. She unfolds her fist and finds the tags embedded into her palm like an imprint. Lucia? Alpha has no idea when the ice field disappeared. A warm ocean breeze blows past her, gently rocking the tags on her neck. I'm okay, just unpleasant memories. Did you find what you were looking for? Luna shakes her head, standing before the aquarium. What I'm finding is not here. After their brief reunion in their old home, Luna began searching for something, as if having received some kind of guidance. They have since traveled through city ruins, savage jungles, and freezing snowfields, yet their search has not been fruitful. I know I asked you before, but are you still unsure about what it looks like? I have no idea. But I'll know it's what I'm looking for when I see it. That would be something that can affect the Ascension Network greatly. Hearing Luna mention the Ascension Network, Alpha begins to wonder if the increasingly frequent channel noises are connected to what Luna is seeking. Let's move on if it's not here. You seem agitated. Is it the channel noise? It's fine. I'm used to ignoring it. The channel noise has been getting louder since then. We've been looking until that tower suddenly appeared. Alpha pierces the red cube with her katana, and reddish-black liquid leaks from the pillar. Red. That tower was red. As the liquid drips down, her forgotten memories return like a flood. The collapsed buildings become intersecting slopes of rubbles and rebars, blocking the path ahead. The shelters that were once invincible crumble before the natural disaster, fracturing into broken glass and fragments that hinder the survivors. A dark red spot suddenly appears on the walls of the wreckage. Expanding, it becomes a beam of light, melting the stone and steel before clearing a path. The air feels singed. The girl in white puts down her hand, red bolts of lightning still crackling between her fingers. The obstacles have been removed. Let's continue, Lucia. Alpha looks at the red spire they are heading toward. Although she clearly senses the highly concentrated punishing virus within it. All she can feel is dread and a fleeting sense of loathing. Is the tower the reason for the frequent earthquakes in the last few days? The quakes were just the aftershocks of its emergence. Alpha crouches and closes her eyes, carefully discerning the situation underground. There is strange punishing virus activity underground as well, but it's not just the red tide, and they're all heading toward the tower. What does that tower do? Its appearance signifies that either the punishing virus or the humans are ready to be tested. The side that passes will get the chance to change the rules of the game. Sounds like a fairy tale cliche. Luna smiles and nods in agreement. That was probably what the person who made the tower thought. But her smile quickly disappears, replaced by a solemn expression and a faint anticipation in her eyes. But that tower genuinely has the power to turn fantasies into reality, if we can make use of it. Our wish could. Suddenly, Luna's gaze snaps back toward the red tower as she looks shocked. Someone has begun their ascent. Humans have a head start. Let's keep going. Isn't that what you've been looking for? If you want to reach the top, I will drag that person down, no matter how far ahead they are. Man, Alpha versus Hyper-Real Lee. What a matchup. Luna closes her eyes. For a brief second, Alpha finds Luna incredibly far away. Instinctively, she takes a step toward Luna. Were you using the Ascension Network, Luna? We might not need to enter the tower, Lucia, but there's still something I want to witness myself. The tower can't make our wish come true, but it's still an important part of the process. Our wish. An unshakable idea lingers in Alpha's head. What is our wish? What happened afterward? It seems that the humans have won this trial. The endless tower breaches the clouds. It's peaking, merging with the blue sky. Red particles converge into countless streams, being absorbed by the whirlpool at the top. The light from the tower flickers as if it is breathing, decimating the red particles in an instant. Human technology couldn't have achieved this. Is the conversion done by the tower? Luna nods, quietly watching the streams being sucked into the sky and getting visibly thinner every second. The bright redness that was conspicuous is now barely perceptible. We should go for now. There will soon be no punishing virus in this area. Although ascendants won't die like the hetero creatures, our ability will still be affected in the vicinity of that tower. Will that tower convert the entire existence of punishing virus on this planet eventually? And how will ascendants like them fare? It is a path of trial and a symbol of evolution, but it isn't an all-powerful antidote. Neither humankind, punishing virus, nor the Ascension Network has reached a decisive endpoint. But a new beginning has begun. The Ascension Network will also. Her vision begins to blur. Luna is speaking, but Alpha does not hear any sound except for the raging wind by her ears. What will the Ascension Network do? The storm in the space gets progressively fiercer. Cubic red pillars spring up like mushrooms, supporting the wavering mind space and fighting over the limited crevices. With each step, Alpha feels the toll it extracts from her. She moves her gaze downward, only to find the mire engulfing her waist. The more she fights, the more it pulls her deeper into its grasp. Alpha is now neck deep in the dark red pond. Lost in the turmoil within her mind, she does not realize she is being pulled into another maelstrom. I remember. The harder she tries to remember, the faster she gets sucked in. It has something to do with the filtering. There are only ripples on the surface of the pond. Alpha is lost in the depths of her mind, nowhere to be found. Here we go. Is this me during my time with Grey Raven? After image of the past, what's the point now? I've no time to dwell on these. Memories so entangled, no matter whose they are. If they stand in my way, I'll destroy them. There you go. Squeaking noises. Damn it, where's Lucia? She should be here with the reinforcements. This is the hero. Those must be memories etched deep in his soul. During that mission, Hiro got separated and encountered multiple corrupted. Muro and Shin were also overwhelmed by the corrupted horde. By the time I reached Hiro, there wasn't a single piece of his cybernetic limbs left intact. He never lets me forget it. He keeps playing the sympathy card over and over. Dredging up these memories serves no purpose. So, you want to relive those glory days with me, huh? Alright then, I'm game.
You're right.
So many flashing lights. We're all time to tighten our formation. Just the words I've been waiting to hear. Alright, 3, 2, 1. Lucia, let's do this. Muro and Shin. I'd almost forgotten what it felt like to fight alongside them, even if it's just a memory replay.
You're right.
Cool. My team, Grey Raven. Is this our final mission? After this, Muro, Shun, Hiro. Enough with these pointless memories. They shouldn't be here like this.
深淵の豪華で全て終わらせてあげる。遅い。
Oh, it's over. Shun, Hiro, you guys. Lucia, you actually... You've betrayed Babylonia, struck a deal with the Ascendants. For all the trust Ravage placed in you. Damn it. What the hell? Let's take down this traitor of Grey Raven. Huh? Damn.
深淵に飲み込まれろ。
Oh? Farewell, Lucia. Pew! Those nuts. Fire and smoke cover the sky. Silence and death fill the air. The shouting never stops. She clenches her weapon, as it is the only way to interact with this world. She repeats the same action she has performed thousands of times, responding with the instinct she has forged with thousands of battles. Unsheaths, swings, and cuts down the head of anyone in her way. Unsheaths, swings, and breaks the enemy's weapon. Unsheaths, swings, unsheaths, swings, unsheaths, swings. The path behind her is paved with piles of dead bodies. The world has seemingly lost all its colors but one. The filtering is a simple exercise of survival of the fittest. The end is near. There is no end. This is an endless cycle. Someone seems to have said that before. She looks up again, and the finish line is at her fingertips. But how many times has she been here before? How long will this filtering last? Until there is only one person left? As she questions that, her perfect stance reveals an opening, and an unrecognizable shadowy figure dashes toward Alpha. No. She cuts the shadow in half as she did many before. Still, it only makes her more anxious. What does a filtering like this leave behind? The tireless marcher gradually slows down and thinks. More and more monsters hidden in the shadows appear around her. They all look hideous, as if having been abandoned by the world. Alpha's blade moves slower and slower, but her mind and senses have never been sharper. Like a kite wavering in the storm, she remains tied to the earth by a resilient line, despite how far she has flown. This must stop here. Alpha does not know if continuing will take her to the actual finish line, but she is certain that this is not the path she wishes to take. As that thought appears in her mind, she feels the kite line behind her pulling her back. Alpha drives back the monsters that are trying to drag her back into the bloody path while trying to protect the fragile twine behind her. The fate of that tower is sealed. I think the Ascension Network will also change accordingly. That change is what we want to take advantage of. Why has the Ascension Network changed? How can Luna and her make use of it? More and more questions arise, but Alpha still cannot find the answer. A key part of the truth seems to have been intentionally removed. The line behind her pulls her further and further away from the monsters. The scent of death slowly fades. Behind her is the smell of pasture. Alpha feels like she is pulled through a veil before landing on a field of soft grass. You're finally awake, Lucia? What is this victory music? I've never heard this before. That sounds so Final Fantasy. New filtering. Chirping insects hide among the grass. Spherical bubbles reflect colorful lights. The rotten wall has been painted white. The neglected lawn has been mown into a tidy green carpet. The most eye-catching feature is a two-seater swing. Froggy sits on it, looking out of place among the surrounding flowers. Looking at the familiar yet strange view before her, Alpha is a little shaken, and the memories she buries deep inside her mind are stirred up. Do you think this is better? She hears Luna's voice beside her. Luna looks warmer now, no longer as cold as the moon she was named after. I suppose. I wasn't expecting the place to look like this. It's bringing back memories for sure. Alpha takes another step at the large swing before her. There are some differences though. Still, I remember you asking for a swing when you were young. But you gave up on it after you found another toy that you wanted more. Alpha looks reminiscent. She gently touches the swing, and it starts swaying and squeaking. So that's what it sounds like. I suppose. After all, this is just a simulation. Alpha stops the swing before her so it does not disturb their conversation. I'll be direct as well then. Are you Luna? The brief warmth from before has completely vanished. There is only caution in Alpha's eyes. Of course it's me, Lucia. Alpha does not respond. Her question certainly did not come out of nowhere, and the girl who claims to be Luna would have continued explaining if she was telling the truth. Because that is the bond between Luna and her. But some things are different as well. Luna closes her eyes as if considering where to begin. Let me take a drink of water. Shall we sit down and talk, Lucia? This is going to take a while. Luna sits down on the swing afterward. Alpha does not hesitate either, sitting next to her. The swing starts moving without anyone pushing it, accompanying Luna's unhurried words. Let's start with what you care about the most, Lucia. I'm Luna. I am the Luna you know. Luna, your sister. Luna, the agent. Luna, who's undergoing a new filtering. A new filtering? You must remember how the Spiral Tower turned blue, right? You said the Ascension Network could change because of that. There's someone among the humans who has passed the trial of the Spiral Tower and earned qualification. The Ascension Network, being the other side, has not evolved to that level yet. Seeking its own evolution, the Ascension Network has begun a new round of filtering on the agents and the Ascendants, possibly trying to find someone who is equally qualified. A new round of filtering. Alpha cannot help but recall the mind space of blood and flame from before. If that was the new filtering for her, what would she have become? That's right. That was the new round of filtering for you. Seemingly noticing Alpha's thoughts, Luna answers what Alpha has not asked aloud. The Ascension Network needs more powerful representatives, and it needs better agents that can carry out its will. But you've been resisting it, Lucia, which was why your filtering was so destructive and forceful. Luckily, you woke up early. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to find your mind that easily. What about you? I obtained some new access during my filtering, which revealed some things I didn't know. Our understanding is our prison. The extent of our knowledge is where the walls are built. The more we know, the larger this prison becomes. Acquiring more access also means a deeper connection with the Ascension Network, until one becomes an inseparable part of it. Luna's voice gets more ethereal as the swing moves back and forth. Luna. Alpha's lost memories finally resurface. She remembers seeing the girl lying motionlessly within the red crystals, like a suspended puppet and a sheep on the altar. That is the price of the Ascension Network. The more one uses its powers, the more one changes in the direction it chooses. There is no response, no matter how Alpha calls to her sister. The chairs creak chillingly, and the swing stops. Luna's voice becomes normal again, as if she has been disconnected from something. Don't worry, Lucia. I'm not there yet. But getting new access means new duties. This is the only way I can see you for the moment. I've chosen to stay here, and I can only stay here. Perhaps I'm too closely connected to the Ascension Network, as you said. Why must it be this way? Because this is the only way to find a new possibility. The Ascension Network might be actively seeking it, but it doesn't have the ability to change. It's like a giant wall that loops around and imprisons all the Ascendants inside. My tie with the Ascension Network is so deep that it's not possible for me to climb over those walls. But it's different for you, Lucia. You've been wavering near its edges, which makes you the best candidate. Why the obsession with a new possibility? Because the filtering from the Ascension Network is an endless loop. This filtering will only lead to power and loneliness. But it doesn't matter what I think. What do you think, Lucia? Right then, the chirping from the insects slowly quiets down and the bubble lights dim. It seems that this is the limit. Although I can use my access to lower the negative impact of the Ascension Network on you, this will be the last time. What will you do next? The Ascension Network has restricted your freedom in its own way, and now it's trying to do the same to me. No matter what we do, we won't be able to get what we're after. Our time with it needs to come to an end. In that case, you'll find something that can help you in this research center. A set of coordinates suddenly appear in Alpha's mind. What is this place? Fort Wintry. It's the secret research center we've been searching for since the North Pole. How did you find out about it? It was where they kept me before transferring me to the moon, after all. The Ascension Network connected with 2 brief signals there previously. Those were the new specialized frames the humans were designing. During the time when the Hetero Tower was emitting electromagnetic radiation, the Ascension Network briefly captured a 3rd signal in that research institute again. I'm certain that there is a device for you to connect to the Ascension Network without me there. To us, that is a door leading to the Ascension Network directly. Given your unique position, entering it in that state may find us a way to actually leave the Ascension Network. Alpha can feel her mind floating away. Luna becomes smaller and smaller in the nostalgic scene. Lucia, you're on your own now. With her mind back in her body, Alpha awakes from her brief sleep. She turns to look at the girl sleeping tightly inside the crystals and sheathes her chipping katana. Before she was sucked into the turmoils within her mind, Alpha tried to rescue Luna from the crystals by force. But the frail appearance of the crystals hides an impenetrable barrier that serves both as a cage and a shield. A cage like this won't appear again. Alpha places her hand gently on the crystals and makes a silent vow. Sad cry. Hang on, let me take a drink of water. Hang on. Ugh, my lips are so dry. Gotta put on chapstick. Winter. Alright, 5:15 p.m. Area D12. A few constructs are guarding a transport craft as if waiting for something. Seeing the transport craft approach, Alpha knows she is getting closer to her target. The balance between ascendants in the Ascension network has been shattered. It is now a one-sided domination. It's time to put an end to this. Alpha composes herself, shifting her gaze back to the squad near the transport craft. A task force from Babylonia. No, it's the Purifying Force. After trekking for a few hours, Alpha arrives at the isolated destination. She did consider if this was a trap before she made a decision, but an encounter near the Inverhetero Tower is a riskier and more troublesome choice, just as the voice in the player said. There shouldn't be anyone here except for me. They don't look like they're guarding or searching for anything either. Are they sitting and waiting for someone to land in their lap? They can't be. They don't have enough people for that. Alpha observes the pacing constructs carefully. After making sure that there is no enemy hidden from sight, she walks out of her hiding spot. I can't miss this opportunity. She has no idea how many more battles she can survive, but until her mind is completely devoured, she is more than capable of handling these enemies before her. Hell yeah, she is. Ground units, Orca is about to land. Copy. Reception procedure executed. Orca arrived at the designated area. Blah blah blah. Thanks. We'll start the transfer. Leaving for the next mission location. Ground city ruins. Avalanche transport craft will take me to Fort Winter. The mind. Better to capture the transfer craft. Guess I don't have to go through much trouble. Frame is enough to eliminate all of them. Investigation. Take a look at the area just in case. Blockade. I see. Time to take action. Damn. I can't even get to this guy. God. He attacks so much. Jesus. They have so many. They just keep pumping out attacks. Oh my god. They really comboed it with that shit. This one. Okay. "5:30 p.m. inside the transport craft. After making sure that no reinforcement is coming, Alpha returns to the pilot seat in the transport craft. This transport craft doesn't have an official ID. Alpha was hoping to remove the dispatching center's tracking on the transport craft first, but she was surprised to find it undocumented. Hey, Genie. Not only is it unregistered, but its flight log is empty as well. Is this squad really the Purifying Force? She takes the terminal from the one who looks like the captain and starts inspecting it. Is this their mission data? Alpha taps open the mission briefing on the terminal. If they are only pretending to be the Purifying Force, perhaps their mission will reveal the truth. The mission briefing lists the names of a few deserters and the last locations they were seen. It appears that they are here to search for deserters, which is what they are supposed to do. Something isn't right. And remembering what she observed earlier and her past encounters with the Purifying Force, Alpha senses that something is out of place. They seem to be waiting instead of searching. Alpha keeps examining the terminal, trying to recover deleted files. As expected, an encrypted mail appears before her. She opens it and finds the detailed information of a construct. It seems that they will always be watching you. Mission target Lucia Plume, Mind ID BPL-01. Mission 1. Arrive in area D12 before 17 GMT and secure the transport craft. 2. Wolfsbane should head to area D12 to confirm the status of the target at 1730 GMT after completing mission 1 and await further instruction. What do they want her for? No, more importantly, what were they waiting for? Although she has not come into contact with Grey Raven, Alpha's instinct tells her that a hidden thread is slowly forming a net. This net is gradually tightening, gathering up unrelated parties. Do you want to warn her? Perhaps seeing her will clear up the doubts in your heart. Hearing the noise in her audio module, Alpha eventually shakes her head. There's no reason for me to risk my life for her. It doesn't help what I'm about to do either. She probably would have fallen into these people's hands by now if it weren't for your intervention. I thought you didn't want what happened to you to happen to her. Or do you think the person who provided you with this intel would continue to help Grey Raven? I interfered in City 75 because the Grey Raven Commandant might have information on Luna's whereabouts. It was more advantageous for me that they were alive back then. Is it more advantageous for you right now if they're in trouble? What's happening to them doesn't really impact me. However, it has revealed some useful information. The Parliament shaped them into heroes. Now, someone is going after them. Alpha sneers and closes the projection before her. How familiar. Obviously, Corona is behind these people. Whether it's the Parliament losing its hold on the situation, or those working in the shadows finding a weak point they can target. It shows that humans are pointing their guns toward each other, which will only make things easier for me. And the person who told me about this place couldn't be aiding Grey Raven. She wouldn't have sought the Ascendant's help otherwise. Alpha crushes the terminal in her hand before entering the coordinates in her mind into the navigation system. "5:20 p.m. Area D14. Rarg. That's how I imagine the corrupted sounding. Fire. Pew pew. Your pistol lands accurately at the energy core of the corrupted. Its bright red eyes dim, and the clattering of metal dies down. This is the last one. You are all relieved that you have not encountered any Ascendant on your way to the new conservation while escorting the transport fleet. What a lovely experience working together this has been. I must admit that Babylonia's generosity has surprised me. Remember that we're always open for business on your future ventures. It's gonna cost a lot to restart the internal engine after all. After parting with ACA's cargo crew, Grey Raven, Lucia and you more specifically, receives another mission to eliminate more corrupted. Why is Changyu here? Because they were working. Because they're helping with some stuff. That's all. I don't remember either. Even though I had just read it. Although their numbers have greatly diminished, occasional groups of corrupted still appear outside the clean zone. Lucia is responsible for taking down most of them, and you do your best to eliminate separated corrupted before they near the temporary camps. They're trying to properly establish the safe zone in the area of the giant inverted hetero tower. So of course there's going to be like engineering force, some members of task force, and then there's cargo crew from Agdalek, which includes Chang Yu. Confirming that there are no moving corrupted nearby, you turn the safety of your still scorching pistol back on and holster it. Commandant, are you hurt? I'm alright. Lucia still steps up and gives you a detailed inspection before she relaxes and smiles. Good. You're not hurt. I've eliminated the corrupted in the southwestern directions as well. I'm not detecting more movement currently. Should we patrol the other directions now, Commandant? That's when you notice a cut on Lucia's right arm where vital fluid is dripping out, soaking her clothes. Are you hurt? It's just a small injury. It won't affect me. Lucy is not wrong. Small injuries like that are run-of-the-mill to her. What bothers you more is... how did you get hurt? These shambling corrupted should not have posed any threat to Lucia. Was it the mind trance again? Yeah. Her situation seems to be worse than you imagined, but what caused it? As you deliberate the possible reasons, you suddenly hear a sharp shriek, the alarm for a highly concentrated punishing virus. Lucia? You try to warn Lucia when she pushes you away. The unexpected force sends you crashing into a steel plate several meters away. Dazed by the impact, you barely even hear the deafening alarm anymore. You lean on the metal plate to stand up, struggling to recover your blurred vision. Lucia! You thought the alarm was caused by corrupted hitting on the ground, but it is actually coming from Lucia. She covers her forehead, her expression filled with agony. Her thruster is thrown aside as dull red sparks flash around her body. You can see with your own eyes that she has been infected significantly. Her inverter device is not enough to stabilize her mind, and she requires an immediate mind connection. Establish connection. Don't! Lucia suddenly shouts to warn you as if she has noticed something, but she is too late. No! A sense of suffocation fills your brain. Your heart feels like it is being torn to pieces by a pair of hands. Chaos takes over your mind as if a swamp is devouring your sanity. The mind begins infected. You feel like you are back under City 75, and time is stretched infinitely. In this unending moment, you sense a clear emotion amidst the sea of chaos. Hostility. Blinded by an illusory redness, you feel a sudden sharp pain in your abdomen, and then the contrasting feeling of coldness and heat. Blood and vital fluid drips down the blade from the palms of you two onto the floor. Your momentary instinct saved you from a strike to your vital organs. Grabbing the katana with your hands, you have avoided the worst outcome. But you alone could never dodge a strike from a construct. Holding the hilt of her blade with one hand, Lucia's other hand, however, is clutching the blade like you. Strife, fear, hatred, disgust, regrets. Complicated emotions flash across her face as if a demon is fighting to control her body. Lucia. Like pushing an avalanche back onto the mountaintop while steeping in a swamp, you calm down the chaotic mind while slowly pulling the katana out from your abdomen. Don't lose to it. Commandant. Blood gushes out of your wound, and you hear a cry of anguish you have never heard before. And where was Chang Yu during all this? He's just standing there watching his choices. General Staff Conference Room, Babylonia. Pulling it out probably wasn't the best idea. Yeah, no, it's not. It's not. Sometimes usually you normally want to keep it in there so the blood doesn't come spilling out. Nicola pushes open the door and asks his question directly. How's the situation? Damage was minimal? Lucia stopped operating after she cut off her energy core herself. Who knows about this? Usabeni was cautious, taking care of the injury alone and staying put instead of requesting help from other camps. The report was uploaded to the General Staff's encrypted channel, which Usabeni has never used before this. I intercepted the report with my clearance because it seemed too conspicuous. Currently, this information is contained, at least on Babylonia. Sounds like a secret signal Usabeni purposely sent to you. Perhaps. The Grey Raven Commandant is smart and knows full well what the effect of this action is. I'm not surprised by what Usabeni did. You, however, surprised me, Wells. What made you break the rule to protect me? I didn't break any rules. I always had prioritized access to crucial intel as the general. Usabeni is like a magnet for trouble. I just chose to handle it in a way that caused the least chaos. We've been confronted by something new every second since the Hetero Tower. It is the General Staff's job to analyze the situation and come up with a conclusion. Unprocessed information will only cause panic among the people. President Sen, or even you, would have done the same if you were in my seat. I'm just trying to remind you not to show favoritism just because you approve of a certain person or squad. Both the General Staff and the military are responsible for Babylonia's front in this war. We must remain rational at all times. Hearing that, Wells reflexively reaches for the pocket in his jacket, where a badge of Silver Hawk lies quietly. What? Nothing. You don't have to worry about what you said earlier. The General Staff's duty is to come up with a proper plan, and my personal feelings will not influence that. That said, never treat our fighters as leverages we can trade away. They are not expendable. That isn't rational either. That is trading your humanity for ease. A beast absent of humanity will become prey one day. Are you still? Forget it. Nicola turns silent before changing the subject. How long before his son arrives? I informed him already. The Parliament is further away from the General Staff, so he should be... No, he's arrived. The door opens once more, and Hassan enters the room, looking tired. His furrowed brows do nothing to hide the worries and stress he is feeling. He nods at Nicola before turning towards Wells. I've learned about the general situation already. Any more detailed records? The tactical terminal of Usabeni recorded the whole process. It's all documented in the uploaded report. Wells presses the play button, and shaky footage appears before the three of them. Take a look first. This is why I called you both here. We didn't encounter any concentrated source before this. We didn't come into contact with any Ascended either. I'm requesting the Science Council's assistance. That's all. The brief footage ends after the summary. The Grey Raven Captain Lucia was seemingly infected and wounded her commandant. Either of these would have landed her on the high priority list of the Purifying Force. But given how sudden and strange this turn of events is, the decision makers must not handle this hastily and ignore the real problem. Has anything similar happened to other constructs before, Wells? Sure, but only to constructs carrying out special missions who couldn't retreat from a heavily infected area in time. According to the location data of Usabeni, Grey Raven was near the edge of the clean zone, where the concentration level punishing virus is extremely low, making this highly improbable. The other possibility is a case like no one, who has found a way to control it. The report of Usabeni doesn't show any trace of ascendance near Lucia. Now, whether or not the mind beacon of Usabeni is corrupted, remembering the people who are still under treatment, Ascend shakes his head. Usabeni was one of the earliest people who left the hospital. Given the history of Usabeni, they did twice the checkups on this commandant. Lucia was the one who showed signs of infection first. It's highly unlikely that the mind beacon of Usabeni was infected in the first place. I agree. None of us are surgeons of constructs from Star of Life or experts of the mind from the Science Council. We won't find the truth just by talking among ourselves. Still, we need a hypothesis based on facts before we decide how to proceed. I'll cut to the chase then. Let's assume Lucia's mind was the source of the problem. What makes you so certain? Your instinct? Usabeni might be an excellent commandant. There's nothing special or strange about Usabeni. Meanwhile, Lucia, Don't forget that her mind has always been an uncertainty. The mind backup. She might be our most successful attempt, but she is also our only successful attempt. Of course, it's possible that ascendants or hetero creatures suddenly obtain the ability to corrupt constructs from an incredible distance. But if that's true, we won't have to bother with the reclamation of Earth. Donning the first specialized frame, being the only success of the mind backup procedure, diving into the deep mind of an ascendant. Grey Raven is special, and Lucia most of all. You're not mentioning all of these just to form a basis for discussion, are you, Nicola? I'm not. I suggest recalling Grey Raven and sending Uzabeni to the military for supervision and questioning. You want to put Uzabeni in the military's care so that Kurono can imprison the Commandant in the name of observation again? You must have eliminated many uncontrollable factors if you can make a guarantee like that. What I did is no different from what you've been doing lately. I just started earlier. They have seen through this facade of our proposition already, and there's no reason to keep it up. Kurono might have a powerful presence in the military, but I was sitting idly by and doing nothing. Their tentacles can no longer reach as far as they once did. Nicholas says nonchalantly, "What are you planning to do to Lucia?" I can make as many excuses as needed if the Science Council can fix what's happening to her. The people who participated in that mine operation are in the same boat as us. However, if the Science Council can't do anything about her condition... Nicola falls silent briefly as blood-soaked memories flash in his mind. In the end, the steel-like coldness triumphs. Extermination. Let her fade from view as a hero. Under no circumstances can she fall into Kurono's hands. Nicola utters those cruel words without hesitation. The impact on the morale of the military and the people is too great, whether we claim that she has retired or died on the battlefield. Everything involving her affects how much the people trust us since we crowned her our hero. That's the worst-case scenario, obviously. But we are the people who have to prepare for worst-case scenarios. If it happens, we have to find a way to survive the storm with the least damage taken. It would only drive our fighters into despair. Even if even Grey Raven can't live to see victory, what can we promise them? Even at the risk of her becoming an ascendant and defecting, we can plant a new flag if it's fallen. But if our enemies get a hold of it, the nature of the situation will be completely changed. We still need this flag to maintain the Parliament's credibility. Otherwise, none of us can hold onto our posts before an anxious crowd. There are some things we can only accomplish in our current positions. We have to preserve this flag no matter what. The military also has a line we can't cross. I must do everything I can to minimize the risk above that line. This dam hasn't already cracked for the mutiny. I can't risk total disorder for one elite squad. Not to mention that Kurono won't let go of this window of opportunity regardless of whatever personal feelings we have. They are bloodthirsty sharks, and a single drop of blood will catch their attention. If Lucia's infection cannot be reverted, keeping her is just giving Kurono more ammo. We're both trying to find each other's weaknesses, and you're willing to offer them a knife. Seeing how tense the situation is, Wells interferes. You can argue all you want, but we have to make our decision based on the Science Council's analysis of Lucia. How do you plan to do that? Do you want to bring Lucia and Uzabeni back to Babylonia? No. That will tip off Kurono immediately. We'll let the Science Council perform a remote examination on the transport craft. You're willing to do something this convoluted. Will the Science Council even agree to it? This has always concerned more than just the military. The Science Council has a responsibility to deal with the aftermath. We are all in the same boat. Don't count me in. I didn't know back then. You can't be excusing yourself at this point, right, General? Of course not. General Staff will do our best to minimize the impact. Oh, a win-win. Sensing a faint tremble beneath your feet, you see the snowstorm before you. You are walking on clouds. Where am I? That is the first question in your mind. Unlike the ice field of ARU, there is brown soil and grass and green sprouts here. This is not the North Pole. White mountain range casts a shadow in the valley. It looks like a wall built at the end of the world or the entrance to the dreamland. Why are you here? You are bewildered by the unknown landscape. Searching aimlessly, you see nothing but infinite white. Perhaps you should head further down. Right then, you step onto nothing. The sense of weightlessness overwhelms you and your field of view drops. You finally understand what you are seeing. In the back, where the sun does not shine, are black cliffs standing above a field of snow. They look like intersecting castles, watchtowers, or monsters hidden in the shadows. Looking further ahead, there is a dark fort in the distance where the mountains are exposed. That is where you need to go. You are certain of it. You start heading toward it, but right before you take your first step, you raise a third question. Who am I? You. The question is like a slap in the face, pulling you out of the chaos. You sit up abruptly, and the wet object on your forehead slides down. The person beside you is seemingly startled and lets out a muted scream. A towel? Looking at the wet towel on you and recalling the voice you heard, you start to find your bearings. Liv? How are you feeling, Commandant? Sitting beside you, she hands you a glass of water. Only then do you realize you are feeling quite thirsty. Take the water. Perfect opportunity for me to actually take a drink of water here. As the water goes down your throat, you begin to remember what happened last night. After you took care of Lucia and sent your report to the General Staff through the encrypted channel, you took a painkiller and fell asleep. Your roughly wrapped wound has now been professionally dressed. Seeing the open medical kit nearby, you are quite certain what has occurred. Now, okay, just a stomachache. What would be the side effects of the painkiller? You should take less in the future, Commandant. It was a special occasion. Liv refills your empty glass with warm water. As the warmth enters your body, the pain also diminishes. Did the commander send you? Lee's also here. He's guiding the medical transport craft to our location. Medical transport craft? Yeah, I heard they're planning to perform a remote operation on it. What happened, Commandant? Liv closes and clutches her hands, resting them uneasily upon her knees and looking worried. What happened to Lucia? When I cleaned your wounds, I found out that... Liv bites her lips, seemingly unable to believe what she has verified over and over again. What did Commander Nicola tell you? Our mission just said Lucia was unable to operate at the moment, so Lee and I were sent to support you after our inspections. Strangely, Celica implored us to trust your judgment once we arrived on the surface. That is an oddly unnecessary reminder. Grey Raven is not a squad of rookies that lacks teamwork, and Lee and Liv are not troublemakers. Those words seem to be meant for you instead of them. My judgment, is it? When Lee is done, I'll... Before you can finish, an alarm goes off in the temporary camp. Incoming corrupted. How can there be this many of them? We can't let them impact the transport craft. Your terminal also marks out where most of the corrupted are attacking from. Liv, head to this fighting position. Handle this end. Lee pinpoints the location you are going to send them, right as your comms connects. I'm heading there, right? I'm heading there, right? I can always count on you, Lee. Lee smiles non-committedly before donning his usual serious expression. My composite armaments can hit enemies from an extremely long distance, so don't hesitate to ask for my help. Don't complain about me exploiting you afterward. Go to my position. Commandant. Liv wants to dissuade you at first, but she decides to leave you a reminder in the end. Stay safe. Don't overexert yourself. I will. comms will be open. Let's go. Holy shit! All of a sudden, my first person in my PGR game? What the fuck? That's interesting. Reloading. Oh, these are different ammunitions. Ooh, that's cool. Let's see through them. Oh, high power shots. Okay. That's cool. Oh, incendiary rounds. Okay, I see. Pew, 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 pew. More mechanoids are coming. This pistol's OP. Standard issue. Not again. Uh-oh, Lee? They're focused. Does that mean... Are they going for me? Pew, 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 pew. Oh, shit. There we go. That was cool. Your bullets puncture the frail joints of the corrupted accurately. You're not trying to take them down, but slow their advance. Lee. Copy. You have intentionally led the corrupted into one place, taking advantage of their predatory instincts. Their slowed movement means there is enough time for you to get to safety. An ion beam arrives from afar, hitting the corrupted group in the center and decimating them in a wave of blue flame. You load a new magazine into your pistol, chambering a round and cocking the gun. The pistol slide springs back with a sharp click, ready to fire the next bullet. This is your last magazine against an endless wave of corrupted that is still charging toward you. Your wound is bleeding again, weighing down the bandages. We still have to hold on a little bit longer. You open fire while trying to come up with a plan. Skills and tactics are negligible at this point, considering the difference in numbers and armament. There isn't another way. Although you are fighting side by side with constructs, commandants often require their protection in battles. With a sharp ping from the gun's hammer, you fire your last bullet. Take out combat knife. You realize how powerless you really are at this moment. As constructs become more and more powerful, a human's frailty becomes the weak link of the team. You can hear Lee and Liv responding to your call for help in your comms. You must hold on for a little longer. Evo and... The rotting vocal modules of the corrupted make an unintelligible sound like a beast's growl before its hunt. Ascend. Evolve. Who's there? After landing on a snow mountain near Fort Winter, Alpha has been haunted by an unshakable feeling of being watched. Is it the noise again? No, this is a little different. Unable to gauge what it is, Alpha continues onward, trudging through snow and parting the trees until her vision clears up. You can see the tower even from here. Standing in an empty field, Alpha can see the blue spiral tower behind layers of mountains. A breeze lifts the hair that covers her left eye, and the image of the spiral tower is branded into her grayed iris. Her damaged vision module is suddenly filled with a horrifying red. The intense sensation makes Alpha drop to her knees. Suppress, eliminate, accept, dominate, transform, filter. The noise in her audio module is slowly replaced by the overlapping chant. The vital fluid dripping from her left eye is leaving black scorch marks on the ground. Ascend, evolve. Corrupted? Alpha has no idea when the corrupted surrounded her. She does not even bother to check if they are real or not. Devour, dominate. They are like vultures hovering above, hoping to share the dying lion. The punishing virus gathers around Alpha, burning her painfully. The punishing virus converted by the Inver-Hetero Tower never truly disappeared. Instead, they used this opportunity to locate the Ascendants, providing them with the nutrients to evolve, or devouring them whole. The vital fluid leaking from her eyes slowly becomes a blackish tar. Flickering, murky blocks of colors cover her whole body like a malfunctioning monitor. The corrosion is burning her whole body. An anger that does not belong to her fills her mind. Her clothes, her blade, and even her frame are being deconstructed and reconstructed. Like the river Styx that Achilles bathed in, the highly concentrated but punishing virus envelops Alpha completely, transforming her frame while corrupting her spirit. This time, there is no Thetis to pull her back. Seeing its motionless prey, one of the carrion-eating vultures can no longer suppress its hunger and leap toward its target. Rarg. But a mud-coated hand snatches his head instead, crushing it into a ball in an instant. The figure covered in dirt stands up, tossing away the corpse in her hand. That's a deranged look on her. Facing a tidal wave of corrupted, the person who has fallen into the abyss sneers. Two figures are sitting opposite each other inside an old underground casino. The smiling woman gently places her finger on a stack of spread cards. Do you want me to hit it, Vonnegut? The man opposite her nods. This was a private underground casino during the Golden Age. The spacious venue and the $1,000,000 poker chips speak to its glorious past. Nowadays, it is a ruin with debris piling on the floor. Poker chips that were once valuable scatter everywhere, while decorated machines were smashed into pieces. It took Lilith quite a while to find two intact chairs. The man in a mask stares at the cards on the table without flipping them over, seemingly not caring if his hand is good or not. Lilith pushes a card to her opponent before taking one herself. Are you sure you don't want to take a look at your hand, Vonnegut? The unknown is part of the joy of a gamble. Are you planning to leave everything to luck, or luck is just a part of it? Is that what you've been meaning to ask? I can never hide anything from you. I don't get it. Babylonia's purifying force is getting close to the truth, and we let the Forsaken discover the list of names just in time. They're going to find out the exact location of Fort Wintry. Are you sure it's a good idea to let them take the research institute? Isn't Kronos still working with us? Information is only useful if it is delivered to where it should be. The information in Fort Wintry is meaningless to me now. This is the best time to play this card. Why does it have to be now? Morality only concerns humans after basic survival is guaranteed. A new world needs to bury these people in the graves of the past. Humans get their justice. Now I get what I want. This is a win-win situation that benefits everyone. Stopping them from their victory will only incite a fiercer resistance. This isn't a zero-sum game. We just need to win more every time. That's why I won't hold you responsible for leading Alpha to the coronal forces that were after Lucia. Lilith's grip tightens reflexively, slightly bending the cards. I didn't know. I just wanted her to owe me one. Silence brews in the dark room. Lilith sits straight without realizing it, while the man on the other side still looks calm, relaxed, and calm. Right then, a small figure appears at the door. Lilith, it is ready. Thank you so much, Cinderella. Do you want me to bring anything back? I love her design. For example, news on Kugawa Kurono? That's not necessary. Mother is all I need. Go. Confirm her status. Whether she is devoured and becomes the Ascension Network's sharpest blade, or gives in and accepts the Ascension Network's gift, it is our duty to know. Vornget pushes his unrevealed cards back to the stack. This is your final trial. The freaking victory fanfare. Interwoven fate. Ion beams and lasers strike from afar, giving you a small breathing room. Still, your line of defense keeps retreating backward without Lucia's support. This unusual ambush has caught you all by surprise, suffocating you like a tightening net. That is when you hear an unfamiliar voice in your ear. This is Discord from the Purifying Force. The proto-power armor is ready to launch. Please stay away from the landing area. Power armor? You have only read about them in textbooks. A suit of power armor fully covers the wearer's body and requires an assistant AI to function. With the punishing virus ravaging the world, an AI like this is more likely to be the murderer of its wearer instead of the assistant. This is why Commandants on the front line are only equipped with simple exoskeletons instead of power armor. The supply crate lands on the ground, pushing the surrounding corrupted back. You open the lid and find a black armor inside. Liv, covering fire. On it. Both Lee and Liv have apparently received the same message. Blue and white beams fire alternatively, buying you time to put on the armor. Unequipping the simple exoskeleton on you, you open the back of the armor with your access. Entering it, you hear the mechanisms behind you activate and close, and you are fully encased. Identifying Commandant clearance. Identified. Pairing with Commandant Usubeni. Communication access activated. Energy access activated. Analysis circuit activated. Power enhancement module unlocked. Weapon module unlocked. You regain your vision after a brief moment of darkness, and you hear a cold voice in your ears. Low concentration of punishing virus detected. Initiating Proto-Omega filter. Dear user, please issue your commands. Thanks, Jarvis. That looks so cool. Mark the locations of the corrupted. Tactical interference opened. All the corrupted before you are instantly tagged. Even the ones that are hidden from your field of view are marked with bright red outlines. Quickly browsing the list of available weapons, you take out the energy pistol by your thigh. Energy pistol armed. Initiating recoil absorption program. The spring in your vibrance shifts slightly, supporting your optimal fighting position. You are surprised to find the armor knowing your shooting habits. Fire. You see a blinding muzzle flash, but you do not feel any recoil at all. The energy beam pierces the core of the corrupted, taking it out in one shot. Aim, fire. Aim, fire. The power armor leaves behind heavy footsteps as you advance, one step at a time. Your fragile body can finally contribute to a real battle. You no longer need to watch your teammates fight from the sidelines. Humanity's technological advance is finally changing the shape of this war. That's so cool. The medical transport craft lifts off again, blocking the sun and casting a shadow where the three of you stand. After eliminating the remaining corrupted, the medical transport craft successfully lands near your temporary camp. The sleeping Lucia is placed under a quarantine chamber in the transport craft while Grey Raven and you are informed of a new mission. I didn't receive any deployment from the dispatching center. Who are you? Damn, she looks cool. Your mission is to collect field data for the proto-power armor the Cosmos Technicians Union designed. She's got like a dog muzzle on. That's cool. It's like a jackal. Due to security concerns, this mission needs to be assigned to you in person. Please confirm your mission and sign the confidentiality agreement here. You can design the location of your mission, Commandant. Neither Discord's identity, the mission report, nor the electronic signature is fraudulent. They're trying to separate us from Lucia. But this isn't how Corono operates. Corono would not have let Grey Raven operate freely. Why is Grey Raven asked to test this new gear at this moment? Is there something you need to see that cannot go through the military? A thought suddenly appears in your head. Lee, check the confidentiality agreement again. The analysis of her mind and frame is complete. Still, I'd recommend bringing her back to Babylonia for a more detailed inspection. If something unusual happens to her on Babylonia, we'll all be forced into a passive role, including her. Prison will be the least of her worries. I'm just being cautious as a researcher. It's okay. Give us your findings. Alright, but the situation is complicated. Operating remotely means I can only offer my guesses based on the limited things I've found. Asimov adjusts the position of the terminal to better show the graphs. Let's start with the conclusion. Lucia's infection happened because her frame's data was transforming to its original form, the data from Alpha's frame. In a sense, she's transforming into an ascendant. Oh no. That's why the plume frame is starting to absorb the punishing virus. As if dropping a massive stone into the water, Asimov's words stir up a tidal wave within Nicola and Hassan. They have considered many possibilities, but what Asimov said is still beyond what they imagined. Though Plume's data originated from the Ascendant Alpha, much data was altered during its development. We made those changes because we wanted to protect its user, but also because we couldn't produce and recover parts of the original data. These parts of the data could be affected by factors we haven't found. Comparing Bloom's early data with the original data and the one we just collected. One thing we can be certain of is that the altered data is attempting to transform back to its original form. Used to be a story skipper. I'll be honest with you, I'll admit it. When I first started playing PGR, I also skipped the story, the earlier chapters. That's why I do still remember the stuff with like Nozzle and a little bit of Tifa, but that's all I remember. It was only until like what, chapter 7 or 8 that I actually started reading through it. I mean, that's fair. Yeah, from what I've heard, the beginning chapters is really, really slow. It's nothing too crazy. But even then, I feel like I should reread the beginning. Because that's kind of just how it is with a lot of games, especially gadget games. The beginning of the stories of these gadget games can always be slow, well, for most gadget games. But I always chalk it up to the fact that it's just world building. So they're just laying down the foundation for the game's world and story, and then you get to the good shit later on. It's the same thing with it's the same feeling I have for like WUA and 1.x or WUA. People always complain about the story in 1.0 and all that shit, but for me, I always chalk it up as just them laying the foundation, and then 2.0 is where the story truly begins. It's kind of like a prologue, in a sense. That's how I perceive it. That's how I see or view and interpret stories when it comes to gadget games. It's the same thing with Fate Grand Order. Fate Grand Order earlier story segments can be slow and not as exciting until later on. So they just want to help familiarize you with some of the terms, some bits of the world, some bits of lore and shit. But everyone's different. Everyone's different. It's just how I interpret it. It's just how I read the stories. That was the reason why Uzabeni appeared to have a mind beacon corruption during the connection. Also, Lucia's Inver device is constantly receiving signals from a signal source. Our early estimate is that these signals are related to the changes in the plume frame, and they are affecting Lucia's mind. Is there no way to block these signals? The signals are transmitted in a similar way to the electromagnetic radiation of the Hetero Tower. We can't block them completely with existing technologies. We couldn't even find out that her Inver device was receiving some sort of signal if we didn't compare the data against the past records of electromagnetic radiation. If I remember correctly, Hyperreal is completely immune to Punish virus, isn't it? Can we use that technology in Lucia? Hyperreal's immunity comes from the Omega weapon installed within the frame. But the Omega weapon is not an ordinary device. To install it inside Plume would be just as difficult as designing an all-new frame for Lucia. Besides, the root cause of Lucia's problem comes from the change in frame parameters. The absorption of Punishing virus is but a side product. It wouldn't fix the problem in her mind either. Do you have a solution then? There are two. The first is to completely remove the Inver device. I did some testings. After turning off the Inver device completely, the parameters and mind of Plume no longer had abnormal fluctuations. Which means if we remove Lucia's Inver device, the signal receiver, her problem will disappear. Well, that will make her completely vulnerable to Punishing virus. She won't be able to undertake any more combat missions. I see. If you don't want to go down that path, we will have to turn off this signal. The second solution is to completely destroy the source of signals. Asimov opens a map. While we haven't deciphered the method of transmission, we can locate the approximate range of the source. He zooms into a particular region and draws a circle. So this is where the signals come from. Somewhere around this region. If we can get a little closer, we can better locate its exact position through Lucia. What impact will it have on her? Based on the data collected so far, as Lucia approaches the source, the signal strength will also increase, leading to an increased receiving power. I can add a blocker to her Inver device through remote operation. It won't block the signals completely, but it can at least alleviate her symptoms. We just need to destroy the signal source during this time. Do you have any idea what the source is exactly? The available data isn't enough for us to find out its actual shape or form. That is to say, this source can be something totally unknown. Maybe it doesn't even have a physical form that can be destroyed. Will this signal impact other specialized frames? There isn't sufficient evidence. Asimov hesitates for a while before speaking again. This is just my hypothesis. There isn't enough evidence to support it. So far, Lucia is the only one displaying these symptoms because her frame data and mind bottom structure both come from the same provider. While other specialized frames were also developed from the data of ascendants and agents, they had different mind bottom structures. This is why specialized frames must be adjusted first before constructs can use them. Which leads me to suspect the signal source can possibly be Alpha's mind activities. Possibly. Why can't you be sure of that? We should be able to compare it against a sample of Alpha's mind activities. I already did. The signal waves didn't fully overlap. The data is out of date. The chance of mind signals changing is quite low, but it is not zero. Maybe we'll need more than just ascendants there. Ever since Asimov marked the approximate location of the signal source, Nikola has been looking at his terminal, trying to confirm something. Remember the Scarlet Revolution members who went missing? From what I remember, the Purifying Force was investigating and found out Corona's Project Winter. The Ascendants were behind their disappearance. Is that right? Those believers were originally placed in the Forsaken camp. The Forsakens had also been searching for them after they were gone. Not long ago, we received an important message from Watanabe. It contained some information regarding the handover of those kidnapped believers. The Forsakens proposed a joint operation to find out what was going on. The Purifying Force set up a trap to capture a few suspects involved in the handover. With the information from undercover agents, we managed to deduce a few locations. And Asimov just circled one of them. I don't think they would do something so high profile. Which means if they were the reason for Lucia's problem, something must have gone out of their control. That's good news to us. The more they are preoccupied, the more weaknesses they will expose. Are you planning to use Lucia to find out this signal source? That's right. Whether this source comes from Ascendants or Corona's out-of-control research is worth finding out. Oh shit, their determination. Understood. I would change the cruising direction right now. As for her condition, Discord looks back at the girl sleeping in the isolation pod to check her condition before answering Nicola. So far so good. Her weapon has already been disarmed. I will work with Asimov to install her blocker. Understood. I will do my best. After Nicola hangs up, Discord looks at the fully armed members around her and lets out a barely noticeable sigh. Even Grey Raven can be abandoned when there is a need. What do we do next, Captain? We have a new destination, so we need to adjust our route. Turn on the Omega purification system, power up the operation cabin, and connect to the remote operating table. The shuttle slightly trembles as it starts heading to the new coordinates. Lucia is pushed into the operation cabin. I'll start installing the blocker now. Keep the shuttle steady. We've entered the destination airspace. No suspicious target found so far. Has the accuracy of the coordinates been updated? We are updating them right now. The Science Council's locating system needs some time to calculate. An alarm suddenly goes off inside the cabin. What's going on? We've been locked on by anti-air missiles. How did they find us? This shuttle has the most advanced stealth coating. Is it from the surface? No, it comes from the air. It's an unidentified fighter aircraft. The entire cabin is lighted up by the red flashing alarm. Air-splitting noises fill up the space. Let's get landed first. This shuttle is not armed. There's no time. We must survive this wave first. Just grab something. The pilot slams the button. Lots of metal foils are launched from the shuttle's tail, glowing in the sky like fireworks. He then pulls up the control stick, trying to lift the shuttle up. A loud explosion has shaken the cabin. Brace yourself! Another wave is coming! More foils were launched, but this time everybody heard something cracking after the explosion. It's wing damaged. Fuel's leaking. We're going down! The pilot tries his best to control the shuttle, preventing it from tumbling. Everybody evacuate the shuttle. Get into the escape pod. What about her? The escape pods can only fit one. Put her in a pod for now. We'll look for her after landing. Shall we wake her up then? Turn on delayed awakening. The Science Council said as long as the blocker was working properly, waking her up wouldn't have much impact on the symptoms. Roger. Discord hesitates for a moment, then adds, put her weapons inside too. Hurry up! I don't have much chaff left. Everyone get into the cabin now. Prepare to eject. She wanders in the empty darkness. With nothing to refer to, she cannot even tell the directions. Is this a dream, or the chaos in her mind? Unable to find an answer, she can only take futile steps toward where front might be. As she walks, the bubbles of memories begin to ripple. Crying in the rain holding her sister, deceived by the fake ghost on the Frostland. Fought hard on the observation of Kowloon, saved the white bird from falling on the roof of the church. Betrayed by many. What I miss? They were transporting the shuttle that had Lucia, but then they were targeted by anti-air missiles, so they had to do an emergency landing. At what point? I don't know. At what point you went to BRB? So that's betrayed by many. There's Gabriel's dead body. Rip Bozo. Loved by many. Disgusted by how despicable and greedy people could be. Touched by the beauty of humanity in the apocalypse. like the matches held by a little girl. The warm memories only lingered for a short moment in the chilling darkness. I already pulled for Joe. Unfortunately, it took everything I had, so I got her on pity. Haha! I don't have enough for her weapon or her cub. I hate it. But I got you. When she reaches the end of the intersecting memories, she finally stops. Where to go now? What to do now? She's pretty fun. Yeah, I like her gameplay. The world is already beyond redemption. Why don't you just live an easy life instead of finding ways to change it? Then why do you look so sad when you occasionally gaze at the ocean? We long for a home. Even the sturdiest ship will need a harbor. Even the strongest heart will need to feel warmth. Home. But I have no place to go back to. Blood-stained memories suddenly come back to her. She has done something irreversible. She has nothing to do with whether that person will forgive her or not. She has violated the unquestionable laws. That person told her not to lose. Or told her to not lose. But she already lost everything the moment her blade touched the blood. Perhaps there is only one thing she can do. Leave. Leave forever. Isn't it too pessimistic to think you are alone? As long as you still have a place with people waiting for you, that place is your home. You have been fighting for too long. It's time to rest. You can have a rest. But there are many things she has yet to complete. You can leave everything behind and come over. We've always been waiting for you. Just leave the rest to us. Sister. Lucia. No! Oh, I love the black and white. I couldn't do anything to help Luna, but the Ascension Network will never be my home. I never leave everything to others. My home is Grey Raven. I will never break it apart or betray what I believe in. Even faced with endless battles, I will not fear them. I will fight on. Because we both have promise. Because we both have the same goal. To restore the world to its original shape. To bring new changes to this world. I will witness the future myself. System rebooting. Reboot complete. Consciousness Lucia online. Lucia opens her eyes again. Apart from a few indicators, the cabin is completely dark. She fumbles around and finally finds the button. The cabin door drops to the ground, letting chilling wind and snow in. Lucia looks back at the escape pod and finds her equipment and comms device inside. My equipment's still here. Someone seems to have added something to the info device. The comms device has no signal. For them to use an escape pod like this, was there an accident? Lucia examines the slightly deformed escape pod. She realizes the transmitter used to send distress signals was not activated. Does that mean the enemy is not corrupted or hero creature? The escape pod's transmitter was manually disabled before launch. Whoever did this was probably trying to avoid being detected unless there was a malfunction during the landing. After a few more failed attempts, Lucia turns on her terminal and finds an unread message. This message is for Lucia, her mission target. I am Discord, a member of the Purifying Force. If you are reading this message, you have already been separated from the escort team. Based on the backup plan provided by the HQ, I hereby give you the following mission. What is happening to your frame is related to a source that you keep receiving signals from. If you find yourself lost and are unable to regroup with us, please locate the signal source. To self-rescue, you must attempt to destroy it. The source of that signal. It must be Alpha. Lucia is quite certain after recapping the memories that didn't belong to her during the hibernation. Alpha. So this is what you've been fighting against. Lucia gazes through the storm and looks at the mountain peak. If you really think that way. Lucia takes out her terminal and turns on the recorder. This is Lucia from Grey Raven. The following recording is not subject to any form of coercion or interference. It is entirely of my own volition. Lucia's voice faintly echoes in the snowstorm, like a solo piece before the finale. That's all. After recording the message, Lucia puts the terminal back in the escape pod. She grabs the name tags and decides not to put them in. She takes her equipment and walks toward the peak in deep snow. I must put an end to this. When Alpha opens her eyes again, there is no more corrupted nearby. The sludge on our body has also disappeared. Did I make it? Thinking of the chaotic experience in her mind, she looks a little exhausted. She looks at her new frame. The white windbreaker flies in the wind, blending into the snow in the background. A black bandage wraps around her crimson hand, but it cannot contain the red electricity current leaking through the gaps. The more she uses the power of Ascension Network, the more she will transform toward the direction of its filtering. This is my contradiction. Her mighty power is constrained within an unbreakable shackle. A blade that cannot be sheathed will hurt not only others, but also herself. Grey Raven. Huh. She whispers the name that holds complex meanings to her. Even Grey Raven can be abandoned when necessary. Alpha puts on her poker face again as she recalls the fragments of memory. They are still trying to exploit the situation for their own good. How foolish. No matter what Grey Raven has accomplished, they are still a pawn. She looks at the figure that slowly walks out of the storm. All right, let me see what you will choose. After crossing to the other side of the mountain, Lucia's vision suddenly clears up. Only the sound of the snowstorm can be heard in the vast mountain peak. An unexpected figure has shown up. Alpha. Alpha has changed a lot from what Lucia remembers. Still, she recognizes her immediately. I knew you would come. Are you the reason behind my symptoms? You already know the answer. Are you still hoping this is a coincidence? I just want to find out the truth. The Ascension Network is running a new round of filtering. You were incorrectly chosen as a target because our mind had the same root. A new round of filtering? That's none of your business, unless you also want to become an Ascendant. So this won't stop even if I destroy you, right? Correct. Once the filtering has started, the Ascension Network will not stop until there is a result. Even if you manage to kill me, you will just have to deal with twice the stress. Besides, you will never have the chance. If you ask me, I suggest you go back and spend your final days with Grey Raven. You can stop this filtering, can't you? So you saw my memories through the resonance of mind. Right. There is a possible solution. Alpha did not deny it. She paused for a while and answered. Let's work together then. Do you even realize what you just said? I saw your memories, so I know you want to stop the filtering to go against the Ascension Network. Wait a second. We are enemies. Have you finally decided to give up Babylonia for this path? Lucia grabs the equipment she took from the escape pod. Pushing you completely to the Ascension Network will do us no good. Don't want to help it either. It's our common enemy now. That gives us a foundation for cooperation. What if I say no? Lucia slowly draws her blade out. It gives a chilling reflection in the wind. I'll just do my best to change your mind then. No matter what it takes, I will put an end to this. We'll go back to Grey Raven, and those who are supporting me as Lucia. It seems Grey Raven has become your weakness. It has taken away from you the courage to sacrifice. Sacrifice may be an option, but it will traumatize those who are still living no matter what. I've already hurt that person. Lucia clenches her fist and puts it on her chest, right over the artificial heart. But after going through so many things, I've also learned the feeling of heartache. I'll never let it happen to others again. That's why I promised them that I would safely return. regardless of what I will be facing later, be it court-martial, surveillance, or even if I have to become a research subject. I will end this once and for all and then go back to apologize to Commandant and everyone who worried about me. You just never learn. Alpha also unsheaths her blade, striking the same stance as Lucy. I once had expectations for you, hoping that you would unveil a different future for me. Who would have thought that you only became more loyal to humans and ended up a convenient weapon? Why would you do that? How does it benefit you? The lack of trust between us means we can only cooperate temporarily. I can't put all my hope on you. Now that I am no longer clueless like I used to be, I must take action. You are digging your own grave. Still better than doing nothing, especially when the threat is right in front of me. If you really think that, show me what you're made of then. I'm also curious to know whether you really can contain this power. That's so cool. The clash of black and white. I love that shit. Reminds me of Bleach. Rematch. Oh God. Oh, stop it. Wow. Jesus Christ. Uh-oh. Jesus. Jesus. Can I have a chance, please? Stop bullying Lucia so much. God damn you. Jesus. Holy. She's so relentless. crimson particles gather in Alpha's left hand, linking together consciousness and Lucia's. The noises in Lucia's mind gradually lowered, along with her level of infection. Were you trying to release your power and find a way to contain it through the battle just now? Did you not notice that? We fought so many times. Of course I can tell if there's something wrong with you. Stop pretending that you understand me. But you were right. Why did you do that? That's the only way to buy more time. You were right. The Ascension Network is our common enemy now. If we really fought to death, that would be just what it wanted. Are you suggesting that this is also part of the filtering? That we can sense each other's whereabouts? What exactly is filtering? Some things can be only understood when you connect to the Ascension Network. Do you want to become an Ascendant? Lucia shakes her head. Then stop asking. Come with me. I accept your offer for now. You can still regret it now. I mean, if anyone sees you with me, your Grey Raven will be in trouble. It has nothing to do with Commandant and others. I testified before I came here. Relax. The place we are going is still secret. Maybe they would panic more with that being exposed. Who knows? What exactly have you been investigating? The North Asian Research Institute of Life Science and Evolution. It has another more common name, Fort Winter. It's the most secret lab Corona was hiding from the world. You will also find the records about Project Winter that you've been tracing. Ooh. The beginning. Oh, look at them. Lucia and Lucia. You know, the one thing I really love about there being two Lucias right there is the fan arts of, like, the two of them and Luna. Like, I've seen this one fan art of, like, Luna sitting in between the two of them, being all happy and all giddy and stuff because it's her two sisters. It's the cutest thing ever. Not as grand as one would imagine, nor does it have any unnecessary decorations. The building just sits quietly in the mountains like a black rock. It's even more precious because all Luna wants is to like spend time with both Lucias. It's so adorable, man. They're so precious. Come on, Kuro Games. We got the Grey Raven squad with the fire element. When are we gonna have the sister squad? Hear about the sync thing? Yeah, I've heard about it. Me, personally, it doesn't really matter all that much to me. People have their complaints. Me, I don't really care all that much. It's nice that they're syncing it up so we get caught up with CN and all that shit. A lot of people have their complaints about, like, having to pay extra for battle passes and shit. But for me, I kind of see it as, hey, if you don't want to pay for the extra battle passes, you don't have to. It's not like you're obligated to. But I understand the complaints. Like, I'm someone who wants to be, like, neutral about these things. I want to see both sides of the spectrum. Like, I get the complaints. People don't want to spend so much, 3 times the amount for, like, battle passes and shit. I completely understand that. But on the other hand, it's not like you're obligated to pay for the extra stuff. Like, you don't have to. They're not forcing you to. So I'm, like, in the middle. Me, I don't spend a whole lot in this game anyway. I mean, the only time I actually spent money in this game was for the Lamia skin. That's it. So it really doesn't matter with me. It's just that I've seen the complaints I've seen about it. The people complaining make it sound like they have to pay for it. You know what I mean? Which is kind of like weird to me. Like, I've seen one person be like, I'm a spender for the battle pass and for the monthly shit and all that stuff, but now seeing that the BPs are 3 times the amount because it's 3 BPs, now I have to pay for all 3 of them? That's too much. It's like, you don't have to. I get your complaints about the money being, you know, so much, like having to spend 3 times the amount, but you don't have to. So do I just spend money on coding? Yeah. If anything, I would just want to spend money on the skins. Maybe somewhere down the line, I'll decide to buy a battle pass. But like during the sync, even if I was someone that spent a lot on this game, I would just pay for the 1 battle pass and just be done with it. I don't have to buy all 3, you know? No one's forced to. Kodo isn't forcing you to, you're not obligated to. But the way they're scaling rewards with patches, I feel is pretty good overall. Yeah. You get a bunch of extra rewards within stuff based on the amount of patches they'll be releasing on a more frequent basis. Rewards are good and all that stuff. Don't really care about my character rank or my account rank on leaderboard. I just want my character to look pretty. Same. Speaking of which, I'm trying to hold myself back on buying the frickin' Chu Shukra skin, the Ashen Wings. Because again, I will keep reiterating this point. Purple is my favorite color, so when I saw that coding, when I did the coding trial for it, and I saw the purple ice and shit, man, the urge within me, it's like trying to burst out from my chest like the aliens in the Alien film. Like it's really like the Ashen Wings coating is like got me in a chokehold, like, buy me. Do it. Take out your wallet, Commandant. At this patch, I'm waiting for number 21 coating. Yeah. A part of me also would love to have all 3 of the coatings for Cerberus during this patch, but that's a little too much for me. It's cool that we get to knock this one for free, though. Not as... Oh, wait, no, I read that. Is this the North Asian Research Institute of Life Science and Evolution? That's a mouthful. Punishing Grey Cerberus. After taking off his eye mask, the male researcher exclaims as he looks at the fortress that blends in perfectly with the surroundings. It is already early spring, but the dark soil is still covered by a thin layer of melting snow. Apart from the fortress built into the rocks, no sight of human civilization could be found nearby. Still, fully armed patrolling guards can be seen between the steel structure. Oh, impressive. I think that fits us well. A well-mannered man walks out from an exit nearby. I heard of this practice called stone gambling. People would spend millions to buy mineral rocks that could possibly contain jadeite inside. Once a deal is agreed upon, the seller would cut the stone open. High-grade jadeite may immediately earn the buyer a huge fortune, but many only end up with an ordinary rock with nothing. The gamblers are betting their vision and luck on the stones. But to us, we have no clue how many more attempts it will take for the research to be successful, or whether it will be successful at all. We don't know whether we will get any results before we run out of funds. That's no different from stone gambling, don't you think? Before getting a real result, our efforts are but unimpressive stones. Who care about them other than the buyers? Of course, we would still make contributions to science by eliminating the wrong answers. But to us, we'll just become other people's stepping stone. The man says with a self-mocking laugh, "Were you sacked by the department? Or did your entire team run out of funds and get disbanded?" That's a very sharp question. Don't say that to your colleagues. The researcher gives a resigned look after hearing the man's straightforward comment. But I am not a researcher here. Strictly speaking, I'm just a businessman who came here to hand over something. I've heard of your name, Mr. Godwin. Godwin? It's a great shame that those boring fools can't appreciate your bold experiments. I hear Godwin, I just think of Elden Ring. Rest assured that you will get all the support you want. Hope we will meet again. The man quickly walks into the helicopter that Godwin just left. Its blades send snow flying, hitting Godwin's face. Feeling the chill, he wraps himself closer with the coat. So cold. After billions of years of evolution, humans have finally climbed to the top of the food chain. The Earth is like a comfortable cradle, protecting humans with its atmosphere. However, this shelter is also an umbilical cord that humans cannot lose. It firmly chains their civilization to the Earth. Extreme environments, mutated germs, even the slightest deviation from comfortable temperature would make the fragile human body rapidly deteriorate. Not to mention the deadly radiation, low temperature, and lack of oxygen in space. Mankind's longing for the universe cannot make it less harsh to themselves. That is why they have spent a great amount of resources to improve the life support systems in space. Humans are not sending themselves to outer space. They are bringing the Earth's ecosystem there. That is nothing but an extension of the umbilical cord. Without a vessel vast like the Earth, without infinite energy, where could this cord reach? Perhaps humans will never find the next comfort zone before exhausting all their resources. To humans, this is like a deadly winter that they will never be able to survive through. But this time, they will attempt to change themselves and cut off the cord, so they can get through the deadly winter in the universe. This is also why he signed that suspiciously long contract that came here. Because in this place, humans will have a chance to step onto another ladder of evolution again after tens of thousands of years. Only that this time they get to decide where it leads. Clang. As the black steel doors open, the sound of a rotating shaft brings Godwin back to reality. Of course, before those great visions come true, both Godwin and the covert investors have a more obvious purpose. Project Winter is like a well-nurtured giant tree. The higher it reaches toward the sky, the deeper its roots will have to extend into the darkness underground. No matter what it takes, they want to take control of time, the ultimate resource of the universe. Godwin casts one last glance at the snowy mountains, then turns back and steps into the dark passage. Two uninvited guests have come to the silent fortress. Here we are. The tortuous mountain paths did not slow them down at all. Soon the entire Fort Winter has appeared before the two of them. Lucia and Alpha approached the building. To their surprise, no alarm was sounded. It's too quiet here. What happened? We'll find out after we get in. The surveillance cameras are still following them as they move, suggesting that this place is not deserted. Instead, it is just silently observing the actors on the stage. Alpha looks up at the massive gate in front. While the fort is not actively shutting them out, it does not seem to welcome their arrival either. It seems this gate can only be opened from inside. Lucia came to a conclusion after investigating briefly. For a large research facility like this, there should be other emergency exits. Let's search elsewhere. There's no need. The gate is thicker than the length of your blade. It's impossible to cut it open. That's not what I meant. Alpha touches the security device with her fingertip. Red electric current flows through the device. Soon the gate opens, revealing a deep, dark passage. Leading the way, she walks across the storm and enters the building. According to the elevator's floor plan, this floor seems to be their lab. Might find some useful info here. The first door leads to the decontamination path, and it's still functional. The identity verification lock has been disengaged. Oh, just kidding. Nope. Never mind. God, her animations are so good. A lot of data here is corrupted. Only a few logs remain. Project Catilla. I remember this project started before the punishing virus. The first time I heard of it was when Dad was watching the news. Right. Back then it was touted as a project that could grant humans immortality, intended to be used first on scientists and great minds. Finding the project's name here means it's not entirely unrelated to Project Winter. Look, there's an experimental log here. From cloning embryos to dissecting human bodies, to interfacing mind with mechanical frames. Aside from the cloning, most of this is standard procedure for early constructs. Nothing out of the ordinary. These frames, left in their culture vessels, they're part of the experiment. Waking them up should give us the answers we need. Awakening specimen. Specimen vitality insufficient. Please proceed to the laboratory to inspect the procedure and replace the specimen. The entrance ahead is unlocked. Let's go. What are you looking at? Rest in peace. No need to say that out loud. They can't hear you anymore. The dead may not hear, but those words are for the living's comfort. At least, that's what Liv would have said. Duality of man. Alert! Intruders detected. Beep bop boopity. Damn.
全力でかかってきなさい。道切り開きます。風より解かれし力。我が刃と化せ。
What the heck hit me?
無駄な抵抗はやめなさい。無駄な抵抗は宿命の風は私が断ち切る。
Yeah, I'll just turn around and stare. Oh. This terminal still works. Let's see if there's any data on that. Let me try. Translucent material. I can't see. Oh, there we go. There's another construct here. Was he part of the experiments too? Could be another intruder. Checking for anything useful. NX-89. A barren test subject. No signs of being attacked. Admin's key. Why would a test subject have a key? Out of ammo. unlock entrance. There's some more stuff in here. Oh, what the hell? It's Motorbolt. Is this some kind of cop? Was it originally yours? Nah, just something similar. It's cute. Oh, nice. Ooh. Use archive. July 2020, the contract plan of human experimentation on death row prisoners have been terminated officially. The plan approved by the world government has been around for 3 years. Originally, it was a charity contract signed by the prisoner and their family voluntarily for the prisoner to assist in the medical experiment after receiving compensation. However, this year it was revealed that the related institutes had borrowed the prisoners secretly to carry out inhuman experiments in the name of the world government without their agreement. After that, people started a mass protest against the plan. 3 days later, the plan was completely halted. Human experiments were once again listed as an illegal operation. Once again. Mind group testing. Cyber brain experiment. Biobrain. Biocyber. This phenomenon, mind deviation, mismatch between individual consciousness, self-perception, and the physical body, accompanied by an extremely low neural sync rate. A significant 94.1% of subjects experienced difficulty in body control when this phenomenon occurred. Additionally, the majority showed strong signs of agitation or depression with a destructive impulse toward themselves and others. Despite any treatment, 48.12% retained a certain degree of memory disorder. Data of the latter section of this report had been damaged. Subjects implanted with these mind replicas were discovered to possess a shared cognition. We named this homologous consciousness, which allowed them to transmit information and emotions amongst themselves in a nearly imperceptible manner. The work log was created before the punishing virus in those experimental reports. The regular check is done. We've picked 8 of the 103 subjects for the next round of cultivation. Among them, subject CB-103 is closest to the target state. Whether this is related to her relationship with remains to be seen in further experiments. CB-107 has been confirmed dead after delivery. 103 showed a high level of concern for the bubby and requested to touch it. All selected 8 subjects are dead except for 103. Please refer to the attachment for the details. Checked up on 103, found out she was pregnant. Researcher blah 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 confessed what he did. Professor blah 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 believes that this is probably the reason why 103 is still alive and proposed to let 103 deliver before participating in the regular experiments again. Oops. Record here is incomplete. If 103 will be our Cathella and give birth to Blah, the success is around the corner. Is there anything else? Hang on, there was also the other translucent thing. Oh. This way. After the last security robot fell into their blades, a brief moment of silence has returned to the empty lab. Two of them start to check undamaged documents on the desks and terminals while maintaining a certain distance in between. What's this? A report has caught Alpha's attention. How ironic. What's the matter? Read it for yourself. Alpha hands over the report. City 23, Conservation Area 112, Depot D56. These are all small-scale bases destroyed by hetero creatures. Hetero creatures weren't the only things behind those deaths. The attacks. They had planned everything. As Lucia reads through the detailed attack plans, her hand starts to shake uncontrollably. Only in a chaotic environment can they accomplish their shady businesses. They also need more missing persons for their experiments. Alpha activated the self-destruction program of the cultivation tanks. Without a sound, the test subjects have dissolved in the transparent liquid. What are you doing? Alpha looks at her other self on the other side of the cultivation tank. Through the rippling liquid, Lucia's reflection gradually merges with her own. I was giving them a peaceful ending. Do you want them to continue serving Project Wintry in these forms? Without a word, Lucia puts away the report. Rest in peace. Submitting this report won't do anything to those people behind the curtain. It would only bring trouble to yourself instead. But that doesn't mean I should let this darkness continue to spread. It will continue to feed on mankind's greed. As long as humans still long for the Ascension Network, your efforts will only be futile. Alpha lets out a soft, self-mocking laugh. Even the specialized frames that helped you through the crisis were the product of these plans, weren't they? I still don't think that's right. The past mistakes can't be corrected, but it doesn't mean we should continue doing the wrong things. I don't think the situation is bad enough for us to give up all the good things. Look at the difference in their character portraits. It's funny. Imprisonment. Self-modification is destined to be a painful path. To change humanity itself means that all the social structures, ethics, and morals built upon the biological foundation of humans will be reshuffled. It will take a long time for humanity to ease the pains that emerge from the transition between old and new orders. I'm so disappointed in you. Godwin stares at a newly joined research assistant in a temporary prison modified from an underground warehouse. He sounds incredibly calm. Why did you attempt to leak the information? Did the Science Council send you here? Excuse me. Or was it Kowloon? What the heck? How much did they offer you? Nobody sent us here or made any offer. It's just that we couldn't take it any longer. Professor, let's stop. These experiments should not continue. I told you on the first day you arrived. Unlike other projects, we were trying to embrace a new evolution. Don't let the shackles of the old time hold you back. You threw those people directly into the experiments. Biologically, they were no different from the clone test subjects obtained through Project Attila. But we were unable to get any more variety in the clone samples. And a technology that can only be applied to selected individuals is useless. The assistant remains silent. Godwin lets out a sigh. The curiosity of humans has already begun to compromise with their physical conditions. Back in Newton's time, a human could master all the available scientific knowledge with sufficient perseverance and talent. These days, just learning the basics of a minor field of science would consume a person's entire life. How much innovation can they make after wasting away their mind's golden time? It's highly likely in the future that a person can't even finish learning a subfield throughout their life. By that time, it will be too late for mankind to change. No need to lament for these people of the old days. Their greatest contribution to the new area will be to become its foundation. But sir, aren't we also from the old days? No, we are the trailblazers. Pioneering in a new era always comes with blood and sacrifice. You either become a trailblazer or end up a stepping stone. That's a duty that nobody can escape. I hope you can understand. You are my best student. If that's the case, who will be able to tell us what we what we're doing is right. Only those who reach the end deserve a second chance to talk about right or wrong. They will never have a second chance. Professor, there is no feature in your eyes. I only see a devil. Damn. Tell him. As Lucia and Alpha go deeper into the Institute, they see bullet marks, dented and shattered screens, as well as overturned desks and chairs everywhere. All of them are revealing the intensity of the conflict that took place earlier. However, why are there no bodies? If there was any bloodstain left, they could have at least traced it, but all the evidence seems to have been cleaned away by the diligent cleaning bots. The cleaning bots wouldn't be able to carry the bodies. Someone else might be here. Alpha recalls the voice that told her about the shuttle. Could it be her? Alpha has never ruled out the possibility that this is a trap. She suddenly sees someone out of the corner of her eye. Phew! Her dagger cuts through the air, creating a small whirlwind that sends all the paper flying. A black humanoid was impaled on the wall. The paper slowly falls to the ground, revealing its real look. It's a test subject from the cultivation tank. Well, this must be their assembled product. What a horrible taste. We will probably see a lot of enemies like this in the next area. Even if they can still move, they are but mindless counterfeits that are neither constructs nor humans. Spare no mercy. Don't be fooled by that brain of them. You don't need to remind me. Get to the lab on that floor. System, the contamination complete. Decontamination. I remember being in this area for the illicit badge. This elevator can take us to the next floor. What? Oh.
全力でかかってきなさい。生死を分けるのは一瞬よ。風より解かれし力。我が刃と化せ。無駄な抵抗はやめなさい。手加減はしない。宿命の風は私が断ち切る。
Need to use another control panel. IC card required. Whoops. Enemy.
先人のカラスは退きなさい。この一撃で退きなさい。
There we go. Turn off to stop the corrupted. Open the door for me. Okay, thank you, Alpha. How can't you do that? Their little brains just.
生死を分けるのは一瞬の風より解かれし力。我が刃と化せ。 減はしない。生死を分けるの手加減はしない。宿命の風は私が断ち切る。
Oh, how'd she get here? It went well this time. This should be... Hold on, I think we got company. Oh, they came out of nowhere. Endless infected test subjects swarm out from all directions. Two of them, surrounded in the center, look like waves in a black ocean. Alpha cuts a test subject in half with her dagger, then spins her hilt in a crescent to knock away another enemy approaching from her back. The test subject is thrown into the air and frozen by a chilling tornado. It falls to the ground and shatters. As Lucia pulls back her thruster to block a frontal attack, one test subject crawls to the ceiling and descends upon her. Lucia senses the danger and wants to move to the side, but another test subject grabs her blade. She is halted for a split second, but the falling attack is imminent. A thunderous collapse strikes over her head, leaving behind the pungent odor of ozone. As the threat above her disappears, Lucia slashes apart the test subject, grabbing her weapon, and falls back. She leans on Alpha's back. Teamwork makes the dream work. Or, seeing their retreat, the test subjects halt their attack as if they are thinking of a solution. How are you? So far, so good. Although their attacks are still swift, both of them have an imperceptible fatigue in their tone. While facing enemies from all directions, they still have to focus more on suppressing the noises in their mind. The test subjects seem to have noticed their exhaustion. They begin to swarm over again after staring at them for only a brief moment. One side each. Alright. Lucia's thruster deflects the attack of several corrupted like a shield. A crimson katana then cuts them in half. Lightning dances on the test subject's dark body, stunning them briefly. Within the next instant, a blade swipes over and destroys their central system with precision. The light of the two blades mirrors each other, forming a perfect circle. Wave after wave, dark tides charge at them, only to be reduced into foam, unable to shake the rock at the center. Still, the rock is gradually collapsing inside. Oh shit. Why is Lucia looking all more damaged? Come on. Stop bullying her. They do not need to ask to sense each other's condition. The seemingly endless battle is wearing them down. The screeching noise deep in their mind is getting increasingly clear, to the point that their actions are being hampered. After defeating another wave of attack, Alpha, ready. One short sentence is enough for them to understand each other's intentions. Their tactics were already incredibly similar to begin with. The brief cooperation has created an impressive level of synergy. But they would give up the passive defense and eliminate all the enemies with one charged up strike. Lightning strikes a large area near them, creating a short window for Lucia. The airflow from the thruster's tail is sending the hem of the duo's outfit flying. Holding tight onto the thruster, Lucia rises to midair. Meanwhile, Alpha puts her blade back into the sheath and steps on the katana that Lucia had struck into the ground. With a strong push, she has reached the same height. Charged to the limit, Lucia hurls a frost attack toward the ground, freezing all the test subjects below. The indicators on Alpha's blade sheath light up one after another. As she draws the blade at an imperceptible speed, everyone is blinded by the dazzling lightning. When two of them fall to the ground, their vision has been restored. The ground around them is full of scorched black marks from the lightning strikes. All the test subjects lie on the ground lifelessly, becoming part of the scorched earth. Lucia pulls her katana out from the ground, trying to calm her simulated breathing. Alpha also sheathes her blade after confirming there are no enemies in sight. Let's get out first. Before Alpha could finish, they heard a horrifying noise underneath the trembling ground. The feeling of weightlessness soon arrives. The ground was already on the brink of collapse. Their charged-up attack became the final straw. This death is abnormal. The depth below is a lot greater than the room's height. Even constructs have a high chance of injury if they fall directly to the bottom. Even if they are lucky to land unscathed, they still need to watch out for falling rocks. As Alpha searches around for stepping places, she suddenly feels a drop in the nearby temperature. A hand reaches out to her. Over here! The thruster can hardly carry 2 constructs. Lucia freezes the falling rocks and barely connects them into a track. Following Lucia, Alpha also steps onto the icy track. She deflects the incoming rocks with her hilt as Lucia continues to make the track. Soon, they can feel solid ground under their feet. Lucia's thruster is already covered in frost. She puts it away and inspects the unfamiliar environment. I can't find this basement in the previous records. There's only one possibility then. This place is a secret even to Corona's own staff. Luna was here before she was transferred. Oh. Abyss. The torch that was supposed to help civilization survive the winter has turned into deadly flames. Are you asking us to change our direction of research and design the constructs for military use? Godwin frowns at the request. My research isn't for such a boring purpose. Go find Daedalus or the Polar Institute. Humans are losing the war against the punishing virus. We urgently need a new weapon to bring the situation under control. Mr. Godwin, we hope you can understand. The man used a pleading tone, but he left no room for Godwin to negotiate. Even if I am to alter my field of research, the available materials aren't made for such experiments. Now that Project Catella is compromised, I have no spare. You don't need to worry about that, Mr. Godwin. The other departments will provide full support. In a war that puts the survival of mankind at stake, there will be no shortage of volunteers who are willing to give their lives. If only they have actually volunteered. Mr. Godwin, if you really can't handle the stress, we can send someone else to replace you. Don't forget to test the adaptability of tantalum copolymers in advance. There's no point in running an experiment that is guaranteed to fail. No, we need those failures. Question mark? How about taking this opportunity to find how to improve the test subject's adaptability to copolymers? Failed surgeries are just a common misfortune at this time anyway. After leaving the collapsed area, Lucia and Alpha are walking in a dark corridor. Unlike upper levels, there is only one straight passage in this one. All the complex routes have merged together here. These marks are quite new. They were left by construct weapons. Alpha looks at the marks on the corridor walls and quickly comes to a conclusion. This is Corona's important asset. They won't give up that easily. Alpha has suddenly found an answer to the question that has been haunting her. Unlike us who came in by coincidence, they should have their own access to the facility. Their priority must be to recycle the most important asset. That's why there is no trace of them in the upper levels. You have been distracted since just now. What is it that you want to ask? Did you say this was where Luna was before she was transferred? So they only have told you part of the truth. Why am I not surprised? How is she now? You don't need to know. Unless you need to eliminate a greater threat like polyphage. What other reason do you have to be on the same side as her? You came alone without your squad because you didn't want to get them involved. Am I right? You have made your choice. Now live with it. Stop having dreams that will never come true. Leave Luna alone. Alpha suddenly stops talking. She frowns a little, trying to cast away the noises in her mind. They really are everywhere. Alpha thinks of the unexplained irritation earlier and frowns again. It won't change for no reason. Something must be triggering it. The gate ahead suddenly opens. A shambling figure appears in front, as if to confirm her thoughts. Another test subject? No, he's completely infected. Can you control him directly? If you want to become an ascendant faster. Alpha pulls out her blade and looks at the enemy in front. Don't let him touch you. It will worsen the Ascension Network's corruption. Squeak! What did you think of Stigmata's story? It was good. It was great. I enjoyed it a lot. It was like a battle horn. The lurking corrupted begin charging at them. %, attack. What?
無駄な抵抗はやめなさい。聖書は歯応えないわ。道切り開き。
Oh, what the fuck?
宿命の風は私が断ち切る。生死を分けるのは一瞬よ。
Oh.
次に向かうわよ。この勝利が終幕ではないわ。
A lab located at the bottom level of Fort Wintry. Seeing the data on the glaring screen, on the glaring screen, Godwin is finally unable to control his rage. He punches his desk. Professor's mood seems to be getting worse recently. Seeing Godwin's outburst, the frightened researchers cannot help but waver. You need to rest, Professor. Rest? How can I rest at this point in time? Godwin gets emotional again. He waves his hands as if he wants to grab something vague and distant. The data obtained from Imperia and Stigmata is a precious key. The opportunity to take control of the Ascension Network is right in front of me. How can I pause it now? But the mind stability of the vessel is near its limit. On top of that, we just received an earthquake warning from the logistics department. We need to halt the experiment until the earthquake is over. Earthquake? When did that happen? Professor, you really need a break. Use the next set of model parameters. Continue the experiment. The assistant still wanted to say something, but he only let out a sigh. Understood. As the participants receive their orders, Godwin continues to stare at the screen in front. He is fully concentrated. Over time, he has ignored the trembling ground beneath his feet. Fort Wintry must have been abandoned recently. Yep. Since they're talking about Imperia and Stigmata and then the earthquake, which is the Hetero Tower. So this was super recent. It's an earthquake? Protect the experiment terminal. Completely ignorant of the noises nearby. Are you out of your mind? Guards! Guards! Bleh. Dead. He ignored the splash of blood on his face. He forgot the senses of pain, smell, or touch. He only sees a slow-flowing green data stream. The data that could not be understood without in-depth analysis is now simple and clear like a children's picture book. The access terminal is already powered off. Godwin suddenly grabs it and lets out a frenzied laugh. I did it! I finally did it! Him. Uh-oh. Blood comes out of his eyes and nose. It flows into his mouth along the wrinkles, causing a violent cough. Ew. Hurry! Record the data now! Godwin finally stops coughing and shouts out loud, but the dead bodies in the lab apparently cannot respond to his request. Apparently. However, he does not seem to be bothered. Instead, he just points at a black figure that broke into the lab before he could notice, furiously reprimanding it. What are you doing? Stop wasting time! A thick, pungent smell comes out when the last gate is opened. Dried blood, toppled desks and chairs, smashed terminals. The devastating scene is well preserved as cleaning robots are not allowed into such a top-secret lab. Lucia had made every effort to avoid direct contact during the earlier battle, but she was inevitably exposed to the virus from the vast number of corrupted. Under normal circumstances, such a level of exposure would not even require a connection from the Commandant's mind beacon. But right now, this slightest amount of punishing virus has become a spark that detonates the bomb, raising her infection to an incredible level. The once insignificant ripples have turned into an overwhelming tsunami, threatening to devour Lucia's consciousness. I must not. Alpha is still able to move freely, but the burning pain in her left hand and the ear-splitting screech she keeps hearing are reminding her that time is running out. You turn on the device. Alpha takes Lucia to the switch, and then quickly walks to the room behind the observation window. What's this? The inside of the room leaves Alpha in a daze. Connected to the device is not a construct, but a skeleton highly corrupted by the punishing virus. The skeleton is chained to a chair, with multiple visible fractures on the wrist and chest. They must have gone through a lot of struggle before death. This must be the connection device Luna mentioned. Will it take me to the Ascension Network? A human skeleton. They had lost all patience. Alpha tries to move the skeleton aside, but the moment she touches it, the bones disintegrate and collapse to the ground. With no time to hesitate, Alpha puts the device on herself and nods at Lucia. When the button is pressed, Alpha's consciousness is pulled into a vortex. Captive Shadow. As she expected, when she opens her eyes, she sees the home that once belonged to Luna and her again. Welcome home, sister. The winter frost has dissipated. Now, green sprouts have grown. Somehow, Alpha is also returned to her former appearance. Luna. It is Alpha's second time here. She once thought the girl in front was just an illusion generated by the Ascension Network to deceive her, but she was not. This place is not a carefully set up trap, but the last shelter that Luna could offer without violating her duties. It is also the only connection left between them. The girl in white wants to approach her closest person like always, but she stops soon after. This is your last time here, isn't it? Yeah. Alpha turns away as she is about to leave. Luna, you once believed the only way to change this world was to completely destroy it. But after you came back from the moon, you changed. You were willing to believe in other alternatives. I was glad to see those changes in you, but they also reinforced the connection between you and the Ascension Network. I was worried, but didn't do anything. Alpha closes her eyes. There is a rare hint of fragility on her face. I made a lot of bad decisions. Before I could realize it, I had given up taking action on my own and begun to rely on you. I kept telling myself to wait, to observe, that I needed more information before taking action. But I forgot the most important thing. Without action, all preparation would be wasted effort. Luna, I'm sorry that I left all the decisions for you to make. I was the one stuck in the same place. Alpha opens her eyes again and continues walking toward the door. Luna, I don't know what it meant for you to choose the Ascension Network, or what Ascension Network really meant to you. But there is one thing I am certain. It didn't give you an option to give up. Regardless of which path you will choose in the end, I want to keep as many options as possible for you. That's why we need to separate from each other temporarily. I'm going to a faraway place. Sister, you can go. Do what you want to do. The warm shell is slowly collapsing. Alpha pushes the door open. As she walks on the shattered ground, The gaze behind her gradually disappears. When the gaze disconnects, Alpha enters the irrevocable reality. Is this really the right path? A voice similar to hers echoes in the consciousness space. Her limbs are tightly tied up by chains and ribbons. Black cubes float around her, giving the entire space a confined feel. The shattered mirror reflects Alpha's real-world image. All eyes turn to her. That's the only connection between the two of you. Are you going to give her up? I'm not. That's why I can't allow myself to keep being manipulated. Alpha fiercely struggles. The crimson shackles continue to break and reform. Will her consciousness be devoured before she can escape? Or will she break away first at the bottom of this mind? I could have stopped it if I had enough power. Only the strong will survive. That's the only truth. The noises are turning into Alpha's familiar voices. They sound so near yet so far. Is this some sort of hallucination, or a true feeling that had never been revealed? The civilization of this planet has embarked on new steps. Your life form needs a new round of evolution. That is why the Ascension Network began its filtering. That is why the Ascendants came to the world. The punishing virus isn't a weapon or a tool. It's an inevitable law of nature that all civilizations will encounter during their development. Alpha sees a vast space full of stars. The light from billions of years ago reflects in her eyes. Since its birth, the universe has carried various information structures: space, matter, energy. Different civilizations had different names for them. During their development, they gradually discovered these structures and interacted with them, creating new ones. Each information structure has its own mission and purpose. Humans, intelligent lives are also part of these numerous information structures. The interference between information structures isn't one-sided. If one structure can affect the other structures, it will also receive their influence. Punishing virus has always been around. It will only be discovered under certain conditions. If punishing virus is always around, what is the Ascension Network then? Interaction leads to new structures. This law also applies to punishing virus. The birth of Ascension Network is inevitable. It is a predetermined destiny. What exactly is the purpose of Ascension Network? To filter populations and civilizations until it has identified those individuals that can possibly break the law. Individuals. Stagnant civilizations will ultimately decline and perish. The form of life cannot halt the pace of evolution. The Ascension Network will continue to filter until those individuals emerge. This is the universe's destiny. We look forward to unknown possibilities. And give a test to the variables. You can reach the ending. All these different characters, all these different voices I gotta do. Oh god. The starry sky disappears in front of Alpha. She sees herself standing on a snowfield. Vital fluid has formed prismatic meandering streams. Countless blades impale the ground nearby. They are her metals, but also her poison. I am the bone of my sword. There is nobody else around her. Endless wreckage and remains have formed a throne. The sky seems within her arm's reach. Seeing such a view, Alpha smiles. I don't like Vonnegut. He looks so cool though. He looks so cool though. I love his suit. There are no unbreakable destinies. Absolute laws don't exist. Survival of the fittest may be a common law, but it is never the truth. If nothing can survive till the end of the filtering, it's no different from locking us in a slightly bigger cage. Come out. Let's talk face to face. The next instant, Alpha disappears from the snowfield, leaving the remains behind like an empty grave. Looks like you have made your choice. The world has returned to its original form in Alpha's vision. Before she could realize it, she had already broken free from the shackle. Her frame is also restored. On the opposite side, another identical version of herself is walking out of the mirror. If you want to break the cage, then come face the final filtering. I was about to say the same. Katanas clash with each other, creating bright sparks. Alpha has lost track of how long she has been fighting. She only remembers that each clash of the blades will send the mind space trembling. Dark cracks have appeared on the border of mind. Only infinite voidness can be seen outside. I like your unfaltering spirit, but how long can this mind last? As the two katanas clash again, the reaction force sends both of them back a couple of steps. Alpha tightens her grip on the hilt, forcing her arms to stop trembling. Your courage is commendable, but it will pull you into the abyss. Given the existing damage in your mind, you will only collapse before breaking away from the constraints. It's so deranged, that look. Alpha focuses solely on attacking and dodging, but each of her attacks gets blocked by her identical self in the same way it was launched. The wilderness is burning. As the ground begins to crack, lava erupts from the earth's fissures. Everything in the mind is shattered from their collisions. Alpha is gradually burning out. You lost. Alpha blocks the frontal heavy slash, but a hilt follows closely and hits her abdomen. The kick sends Alpha flying away. She coughs out a large mouthful of vital fluid, barely holding herself up with the blade. The attack was supposed to be one of her best moves, but when her mind is on the brink of collapse, she has lost focus and is unable to capture every move of the opponent. Illusions of death flash before her eyes among the fragments of her collapsing consciousness. This was never a fair battle. Time to put an end to it. She puts her blade back to its sheath, preparing for a final blow to the temporarily immobilized Alpha. The flickering flames are about to die out. Get up! Pure, white snowflakes suddenly appear between the burning flames. As snowflakes fall from above, ice walls rise one after another, separating the two fighters. The black-haired girl slides down an ice wall, slashing Alpha's enemy consecutively. A deep dive. It's such a situation. Alpha can feel her near-broken mind being repaired. Why would you go this far? Just like what happened in City 75, when Lucy enters Alpha's mind through a deep dive. Their mind begins to fuse and override each other as they share the same roots. Thanks to this fusion, Alpha's badly damaged mind was able to recover. However, once the fusion exceeds the threshold, it will also completely overwrite Lucia's consciousness. Why help her? You are already on different paths. Alpha's phantom easily dodges Lucia's spinning slash, then strikes back with a few lightning bolts before Lucia is able to pull back the blade. We chose different paths. Snowflakes form an ice wall to block the incoming lightning. Lucia dashes forward again, swinging her blade non-stop to block the opponent's attack routes. But we always... When the blades clash, Lucia immediately turns on the thruster behind her. It rapidly charges forward and knocks Alpha's phantom away, creating a turbulent airflow that sends the hem of Lucia's jacket flying. Ought to fight against the same destiny. Lucia falls back to Alpha with frost marks on her arm. She was covering the thruster's trail with her own body for that sneak attack to work. I don't want to be overwritten. I need to return to those waiting for me. Get up, Alpha. Is this all you can do? Are you going to fall here? This error that she once wanted to correct has embarked on a path completely different from hers. She thought their paths would never cross again, that they would only walk in opposite directions. Somehow, destiny always brought them together every now and then. Sometimes they point their blades at each other. Sometimes. Lightning comes back to Alpha's blade as she and Lucia stand side by side. Before I reach the destination, we'll never fall. Finish her off before you are overwritten. The seemingly endless battle has finally come to an end. The other Alpha shatters like the mirror she walked out from. Her flickering body is full of cracks, as if it will collapse in the next instant. More and more snowflakes appear in the consciousness space, flying in the air. The fusion is almost reaching the threshold. You must leave now. Lucia nods and disappears in the flying snowflakes. The consciousness space gradually turns back to its original broken look. You have discovered the path to another ending. Alpha does not seem bothered by her words. She just silently swings her blade once again at the Phantom's collapsing body. As the mirror breaks into pieces, the other Alpha also disintegrates into data fragments that are about to return to their main body through a link. Next moment, they are stopped by an invisible barrier. The space around her mind begins to contract, forming an inescapable cage. So this is your real intention. Blindly following the law of the filtering will never get us out of this cage. To create new alternatives, I need a powered deterrence. Now, I am your cage. Babylonia will not thank you. Other Ascendants will see you as traitors. Everyone will be coveting your unique value. Maybe you will not become everyone's enemy, but you will never have any allies. It's okay. This is enough. If you cut off this tributary, your starting and end points will never cross. Over time, the vortex of infinity will pull you into a void abyss. This is only a beginning. Ooh, bet on agreement. A few hours ago, in Grey Raven's temporary camp. Hacking complete. Turns out it's an encrypted comms address. As Lee continues to work on it, the lengthy non-disclosure agreement has turned into a simple string of numbers and letters. Shall we connect to this address, Commandant? Nod. Lee nods and connects to the address. After a slight noise, the screen shows no image, but a voice can be heard through the speaker. I'll jump to the conclusion. The reason why Lucia was... That's Asimov. They're talking about Lucia. The sound quality is not great, but still enough for you to identify the speaker. Would you like to continue listening to it, Commandant? Keep going. It is worth finding out. Lee turns off the device when the speaker is no longer making any sound. Three of you remain silent, trying to digest the fact. Liv, can you check if this is a forged recording? I already matched the voice print and ambient noise halfway through the recording. It wasn't forged. What they were talking about, is it true, Commandant? At least it's in line with my experience. What do we do now, Commandant? The source of this information is unknown, so the actual conversation won't be disclosed to you later, right? If we confronted the HQ, they would question where we got this information from. Maybe this recording itself was meant to sow discord among us. ... Give me Commander Nicola. Really? He would surely want to find out where you got it from. It's okay. I won't ask any question that's not related to Lucia. That will leave some room for an explanation. Understand. Let me wipe off the wiretapping evidence from the terminal first. Alpha has just opened her eyes when the ground begins to shake violently. All the alarm indicators are screaming like the cries of a dying beast. Through the transparent glass, she sees a strange figure standing where Lucia was before. Clang. The dagger she hurled went through the glass, only to be blocked by a purple moon umbrella. Who are you? The tall, slim female puts away her moon umbrella and picks up the dagger, then gently places it on a desk nearby. She takes off her top hat and bows to Alpha gracefully. Allow me to apologize again for my inappropriate manner last time. It's my honor to meet you, Ascendant. Or should I call you an agent now? The name's Lilith. I came with good faith. Lilith puts her hat back on and looks at Alpha with a sincere smile. This is the same voice I heard before. You opened the gate of Fort Winter, didn't you? Before entering Fort Winter, Alpha already sensed the camera's abnormal movement and zooming. She had been guarding against potential enemies. You could have gone in without my help, couldn't you? Still, it would be great if I saved you some time here, some time there. The best lie is half a truth. If the Ascendant who said this was here, they had probably already begun their sincere talks. Where did you take her? She was unconscious due to a mind overload. I left her in a safe location outside Fort Wintry. I know you care about her a lot. I don't want others to disturb us. Disturb us? Another loud explosion has sent the entire Fort Wintry trembling. Don't look at me that way. It was Corona's people. They didn't get to run back to the multi-purpose fighter, but still managed to activate the self-destruction program. I was so close to stopping them. What do you want? As a relatively new Ascendant, isn't it normal for me to admire my powerful predecessor? May I have the honor to witness your power? That had always been my goal ever since I joined the Ascendants. I have no interest in that. Go wag your tail at your master. Too bad he never revealed his power. Besides, I don't want him to see me as a usurper. Don't you want to know where that construct is? You can also tell me her location right now and get lost. I'm afraid I can't. It took me a lot of effort to find this opportunity. Although surrounded by explosions, they do not seem to panic at all. Alpha and Lilith both fall down as the ground underneath begins to collapse. After cutting apart the debris in front, Alpha sees a sea of lava. This is where those scientists disposed of their failed work. Lilith is sitting on an exposed steel bar, enjoying the majestic view. Of course, they were also regarded as failures and thrown into the incinerator in the end. Does she find it sarcastic? Those who claimed to have controlled the direction of evolution ended up being filtered out. How do you know so well? I had a past similar to yours. She chuckles. Are you really not joining us? We found an association of Project Winter victims. I'm not interested. Tell me where she is. Show me how much you can get from me then. Fight, 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 fight. Holy, brother. If crazy, why hot? If evil, why hot? For real though, I really love her design. The purple. Mommy. It's always the crazy ones. Why is it always the crazy ones? I fought her multiple times before, so I can handle this. Maybe. Possibly. Don't worry, I watched the Rexland tutorial. I know what I'm doing. Very nice. For real. Oh, here we go. I've seen this before. Now she's gonna go crazy, crazy. Slurp.
宿命の風は私が断ち切る。
Boom, 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 boom. Oh, bleh.
そう風より解かれし力、我が刃と化せ。悪くない相手ね。手加減はしない。
Oh, what? Damn.
私の結末は所詮こんなものね。生死を分けるのは無駄な抵抗はやめなさい。歯ごたえないの。宿命の風は私が断ち切る。
Oh, jeez. Oh, wait. Oh no. How do I do this one? There we go. I remember, it has to be the one that's upside down. Right? Oh, that was a parry.
全力で風より解かれし力、我が刃と化せ。生死を分けるのは一瞬よ。
No, no, shit.
悪くない相手ね。
Oh no! Ah, she got too close.
生死を分ける。歯ごたえないわ。宿命の風は私が断ち切る。私の考えを全て見抜きました。私のことより生死を分けるのは一瞬よ。
Nice. Nice.
風より解かれし力、我が刃と化せ。歯ごたえ
Oh,
ない。
nice. Oh, that was so good. The clang of metal continues amidst fierce explosions. Cultivation tanks break away from their slots, falling into the magma. That's right. Who will burn out first, us or this place? Let's bet on it. The battle will end before that. The katana clashes with the opened umbrella once again, splashing numerous sparks. Too light. When this thought flashes through Lilith's mind, she sees Alpha's katana swirling upward into the sky. She's doing the thing! She then takes a sudden kick in her right abdomen. What? When Lilith is knocked away, she finally sees Alpha's hand without any weapon in it. The swirling slash was nothing but a feint attack. You are terribly wrong if you think I can't fight without a weapon. The spinning katana falls back in Alpha's hand. That is so cool, for no reason at all. Lilith quickly attempts to summon punishing virus to repair herself. However, I can't control the virus anymore. Is this your power as an agent? Something seems to be interfering with the temporary access given by Vonnegut. It will not turn Lilith into a corrupted just yet, but is sufficient to prevent her from adjusting her own virus concentration. Agent? Is that what you think? Oh my god. Lilith holds herself up with the moon umbrella as Alpha walks close. I surrender. Here's the location of that Babylonian construct. She quickly raises her hands, letting her moon umbrella sway and fall to the ground. A location appears in Alpha's vision. Lucia is quietly leaning against a tree. Her shoulders are already covered by the fallen snow. I thought you were going to burn out with me. Even the most insane gambler would not challenge the house when there is no chance of winning. This place is going to collapse. Babylonia's people will be here any moment. I would be digging my own grave if I continue to mess around. My wallpaper, it's so good, it's so cool. Lulu's hands remain in the air, as if her madness was just a camouflage. With a move of her finger, a storage unit slides down Lilith's sleeve into her hand. She tosses it to Alpha. You probably haven't gone to the core database yet. You will need the data in that storage unit, I think. Why did you do that? The most important mission Mr. Vonnegut gave me was to invite you to join us. Well, you don't seem keen at all, which makes me wonder. Am I not sincere enough? Can you leave me a message if you are satisfied with my additional service, so I can at least bring something back to him? Lilith really takes out a voice recorder from her pocket. Alpha no longer responds. She just turns away and walks out from the exit. How heartless. Lilith presses the record button. A bunch of flowers pops out from the recorder's top. Prepared this surprise for you. What a waste. She seems a little upset as she pulls a petal out of the bouquet and tosses the rest on the ground. Highly corrosive fluid flows out of the bouquet and rapidly spreads, accelerating the fall of the steel platform underneath. Before anyone arrives, this place would have already sunk into that magma. Better go before a little puppy finds me. Lilith also disappears into the white mist produced by the reaction between the corrosive fluid and metal. Oh, that was so good. Such a good boss. Snowstorm's pause. The last node. 3 hours passed after Grey Raven received the mission to support and rescue Lucia. Asking too many questions is not going to do you any good. You should stay out of this. Actually, while I was in the coma, I saw a research institute from the perspective of someone else. Keep speaking. After matching the coniferous forest and landscape against the satellite map, we have located the approximate location. What do you think about that perspective? I'm guessing it's from Ascendant Alpha's point of view. Why? I had a similar experience before. Rose was right. You are just a magnet for trouble. How's Lucia now? The Science Council believes Lucia was affected by Alpha's mind activity signals. They are using this connection to search for the signal source. Put Grey Raven in this operation then. I didn't want to tell you because I didn't want you to get involved again. Now, give me a reason why you must step into this mess. First, if the signal really came from Alpha. Holy text. Grey Raven would be the best candidate, given that they have fought her many times and are now equipped with this latest specialized frames. I'll take that as a reason, but not good enough. Grey Raven is not in the best shape now that Lucia is out of combat. Power armor is meant to provide commandants with bonus protection so they don't kill them battles, especially for some younger ones who are always reckless. Don't ever think that you can make up for the missing constructs, let alone that she is a specialized frame. The second reason is, Kronos still hasn't given up on me. So why don't we just get a little more of their attention? Good that you know it. Alright, since you are already prepared to become a bait, I won't say no. You arrived at the destination in a shuttle. After discussing with Liv and Lee, you decide to split up for the best rescue efficiency. The snowstorm hinders your vision and slows you down, as you have to constantly watch out for the landscape underneath your feet. You continue to walk through the storm, trying to find a place with good visibility to look for shuttle debris. Biosignal approaching. You look at the direction pointed out by the AI. A vague figure appears in the storm, giving you a familiar feel. A word slips out of your lips. Lucia! The figure halts slightly and walks over. Aww. You're finally here. If you come a little later, I'll have to send her somewhere else. Alpha? The black-haired girl quietly lies in Alpha's arms. There are not many marks on her frame, but her face rarely looks so exhausted. Keeping a close eye on Alpha, you press the button to call for assistance while checking Lucia's condition through mind connection. Alpha remains silent, with no intention to stop you. The blocker of an inver device. Is it damaged? She doesn't need it anymore. Why? Ask her when she wakes up. You'll trust her words better. It's a Benny. Alpha looks over. You notice that she is no longer covering her left eye. You know what happened to her, don't you? I know it very well. Can't believe they didn't hide it from you this time. No, someone must have leaked the information to you. They surely trusted you a lot. What would you do if they were to seal her up? I'll carry on fighting for her, so she can see the situation getting better upon her return. Are you so sure that you can survive till that day? If I can't make it, she can witness it for me. Is that so? Her fierce gaze pierces through the storm in your exoskeleton armor as if she will see through your heart. Do you know that, to some people, protecting a corrupted construct can be seen as a sign of defecting? The choice I made was never meant to just impact the present. I want more than just a result. What's the future world like in your vision? Will it regain the glory of the Golden Age? ... I hope it can be a little better than that. A little better. After a brief moment of silence, Alpha passes Lucia to you. Take her. Thanks, big sis. You hold Lucia firmly and find out she has a storage unit in her hand. What's this? It contains the records of Project Wintry. Haven't you been investigating it? Why? I already have what I want and don't care about the rest. And since you are taking action to bring another possibility into practice, it would be a shame if you keep repeating the past mistakes. You can't stay ignorant if you want to uphold your beliefs. But knowing the truth also means peering into the abyss. Are you truly ready? I won't go on that path. Is that so? Then struggle with all your might, even if only one can reach the finishing line. I'd also like to see how far you can go. What are you going to do next? Your members are here. Go. Alpha looks into the distance beyond the snowstorm. We have our own paths to walk. It's not the time for them to cross yet. Before that, I suggest you focus on things beyond the reach of the other agent in the tower. What do you mean? Alpha seems to have lost interest in explaining. She turns away and disappears into the storm, alone. You hear rushed footsteps from behind. Commandant! Lucia! You turn around and see your members quickly running to you, along with some Purifying Force members who seem to be heavily wounded. All good. Let's go back. She's home, safe and sound. Lucia finds herself in an empty hall. There are no people nearby, not even a sound. Only pale light shines on gray metal walls to reflect her shadow. The vast emptiness brings her a level of anxiety that she has never felt before. She cannot help but retreat to the corner. The white light feels heavy and suffocating. The light seems to have its own will. The more she tries to move back into the shadow, the more closely it follows, mercilessly exposing her. Sample for observation. The key to capturing the punishing virus. Key subject. Ever since learning the truth, she has become used to these comments. At least. She touches her palm as if she can feel the familiar warmth. When she held that hand, it pulled her out of the void. That person gave meaning to her life. For the first time, she felt connected to the world. It all started with their encounter. Have you arranged a commandant for blah, blah, blah? Better get it done before the activation program. She suddenly hears a discordant voice in her memory. Her palm begins to feel cold. Already done. Wait. Yeah, the surveillance on her takes top priority. Get her a smart commandant. Don't worry, we picked a great graduate after many rounds of selection. her precious memories begin to crack like a mirror. She grasps her own hand, her metal joints squeaking in terror. Is this what she has always been fearing? If meeting each other was also a carefully arranged coincidence, what else would be left in her? No. After she had learned that person's way of thinking and doing things, she realized that person had never lied to her. She desired to get closer to that person. Her feelings were genuine. These bonds were not fake. So, even if someone took it first, my bad. I thought nobody would pick an incomplete squad. But don't worry, I had already put blah 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 into hibernation in the name of frame maintenance. We can transfer her to the care of one of our other people later. Who took the squad? Here's the information. Not again. Commander? Nothing. Just a graduate who refused the transfer order. Let it be. What? I say just let this one be the new commandant of Grey Raven. I wonder what that chief of FOS will bring for us. Turns out, there was never any carefully arranged coincidence. The light no longer feels cold but warm. Instead, that person has probably saved her from another emptiness. The new chief of FOS. Oh, I remember. The name is... Benny. I'm here, Lucia. Calibrating the vision module took Lucia some time. She finds the ceiling somewhat familiar. Commandant, where are we? You're in the construct department of Star of Life. Star of Life. Oh, how's your injury, Commandant? The wound isn't deep, or wasn't deep. I'm already fine. Thank goodness. I'm sorry. It wasn't your fault. Besides, you already pushed me away. Lucia tries to sit up, but fails to do so due to the fatigue in the frame and a sharp pain in her mind. And don't push yourself too hard. Your frame was badly damaged. Not to mention your mind. It needs multiple repair sessions. She tries to feel her frame. This time, the fatigue is slightly different from the past injuries. Frame damage is probably not the sole reason for my fatigue. I will prove your innocence. Seeing the human's serious face, Lucia smiles. She is about to say something when the ward's door is suddenly opened. Benny, the visiting time is over. You need to go. Can I have a little more time? She's still under observation. There's no room for negotiation. Your understanding is appreciated. Commandant, can you help me say I'm back to live and lead? Sure. Lucia waves goodbye to the human and watches the ward door close again. We have finished the inspection of this thing. You can have it back now. Lucia's terminal? Apart from one new message, there is nothing special. The decision has been made to return it to her commandant. Once again, I would like to thank Grey Raven on behalf of my squad. It was Lee and Liv who found you. You should thank them. I will. Among the crowd, a girl construct has come to the front desk of a hospital. Hi there. What can I do for you? Are you looking for the construct department? No. The girl shakes her head. Her presence is so weak that it feels like she will disappear into the crowd in the next instant. Could you please tell me, where is Mr. Kugawa Corona? Someone is gazing upon her from not far behind, but she has not noticed it. Whoa. Those eyes. That was it. She didn't seem to be interested in joining us. In fact, she was strongly against it. Did you also see this coming, Mr. Vonnegut? He did not answer. Why did you set a test that I wouldn't be able to pass? That was harsh. Not really. I now have a basic understanding of their purpose and abilities. More importantly, I needed to confirm whether she would interfere with our upcoming plan. Besides, that would make you work even harder to complete the other task, don't you think? Lilith opens her palm. A storage unit lies on it. I wouldn't be able to catch it from the endless sea of data if my dear auntie didn't generously share the key with me. Vonnegut takes the storage unit from Lilith. He puts it in front of his eyes, admiring it like a piece of treasure. Pardon my rudeness, but there is a small question I'd like to ask. What do you plan to do with this sample? There's a promise from long ago that I need to honor. You did well in the test. We are almost ready to awaken Catella. What about the Forsakens? Shall we keep going? Their leader is quite sharp. He has already begun investigating. No need to worry. They won't have time for us. Are you talking about those deserters from Babylonia? Not only them. Well, to a certain extent, all the events and conflicts can be attributed to one thing to begin with. Watanabe looks at the newly piled up mound in front. He puts a paper flower on it. We wouldn't be able to stop the kidnapping without the intelligence you sent us, Walker. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. One day, the original orders will be restored on this land. Watanabe looks up. Old and new burial mounds line up in the cemetery, with paper flowers on each of them. The ashes of the sacrificed merge with the sand under the mounds, returning to this land. He remembers everybody's name here. Nothing is forgotten. I'll see you later. Next time, I will bring some good news. Watanabe rises to his feet and leaves the small cemetery. Boss, we have more newcomers. Help them settle down first. Don't forget to verify the identities. Got it. But I'm afraid we don't have enough people to train them. I mean, we aren't much better than new recruits ourselves. It would be quite a challenge for us to take care of so many newcomers. I'll go to the training camp myself. Another senior of mine will also come to help them train. You're senior? I thought you were senior enough, leader. Of course. I respect him a lot. Watanabe said with a complex look, but he did not reveal that person's name. Is there anything else I need to know? It's about the clean zone. Babylonia has sent someone here again. It's only a matter of time before they come again. I just didn't expect them to be so impatient. Where are they now? Take me to them. The closed doors of the Science Council are now open. Oh, hello, Svenny. Hi, Rosa. This isn't your appointment time. I was just passing by and wanted to say thank you. Lucia's situation was the Science Council's responsibility. I just did what I should. You did more than that. Hearing your words, Asimov could not help but stop. Rosa. Yes? Go into the archives room. I want a copy of all the records related to mind overload and the experiments of hyperreal. Huh? I see. Slightly anxious, Rosa rushed out immediately. When will I get to finish going through so many records? She mumbled. When did you guess that? During the conversation just now. Right. I was the one who added the encrypted comms address. So, why are you here? Just to say thank you. You put a storage unit in Asimov's hand. What's this? Asimov's pupil contracts slightly. He has obviously guessed something. It's a record of the experiments in Fort Winter. You should submit it to Commander Nicola. It's just a backup. Why did you do that? You've always stayed neutral. For you to do something so risky, there must be something that you really want. I'll take it for now. Can I ask a question? Bring it on. What will you do with this data? Whether it's the Army or Kurono, they always withhold some information when sharing it with the Science Council. Not to mention, their real purpose is to use the information to advance their plans. In a way, it makes the Science Council their accomplice. Perhaps President wants to stop Project Winter through politics, but as long as someone still hopes to exploit this project for their own good, it would only be a matter of time before it is restarted. Are you trying to end Project Winter completely? Right, but in a scientific way. The only way to completely crush their hope is to prove it is wrong for the roots, which is why this complete information comes at just the right time. What about you? What is your goal? don't want to see the same things happen again. This is Lucia from Grey Raven. The following recording is not subject to any form of coercion or interference. It is entirely of my own volition. My frame has developed unprecedented abnormal symptoms, which even caused me to hurt my commandant. Based on the message left by the escort team and my own evaluation, I cannot guarantee when I will go completely out of control before the problem is resolved. In order to avoid irreversible consequences and prevent innocent people from being hurt, before I can fix this issue of myself, I, Lucia, would like to step down as the captain of Grey Raven. I know this terminal will probably be discovered by the Purifying Force team who escorted me. If you can, please pass my words to Lee, Liv, and my commandant. I will safely return, no matter how long it will take me. That's all. You tightly grip the terminal, which is already getting warm in your pocket. Are we in the same team now? You reach out to Asimov. After a brief moment of hesitation, Asimov's hand grasps yours. It feels a little cold. Great chapter. Oh, so good. The boss fight was so good. If crazy, why hot? If evil, why hot? Man, that was awesome. That was an awesome chapter. Whew. I love that so much. God, Alpha is so cool. I like how Alpha is kind of like... She's not entirely on the side of the Ascension Network and stuff. I like that. She's kind of in like the... I don't want to say in the middle ground or neutral side of things, but I do like it. Her and Luna. And I guess in a sense Roland, because Roland's more on the side of Luna. He's just with Vonnegut for the time being. That was good. Good chapter. Alright. So after Wintry Shackles, after that patch I mean, was the Han Ying story, The Floating Reverie. That's the next one I'll be doing tomorrow, actually. How long is this one? Just about, it looks like it might be just about the same amount of time. How long was this one? 4.5 hours? Yeah, not bad. Yeah, Roland is a follower. But Roland wants to help Luna achieve her wish, her dream, which is to live alongside both Alpha and Lucia in a world of peace and harmony. Which is nice. So it's like three different things going on. There's people with Vonnegut, then there's Luna, and then there's of course us and stuff. And of course there's also Corona, but Corona is kind of like the same as like Vonnegut's group that wish to use the Ascension Network to elevate to a higher form, to elevate to a new era of civilization and shit. But aside from all that, again, really good chapter. Yeah. Tomorrow will be a Floating Reverie. And then of course, after Floating Reverie, is going to be Chaos Unsnarled, which is the 21 Pharaoh patch. And then it's Noctis, and then Alyssa, and then Lamia, and then Watanabe, and then of course Chushukra. So I would say sometime in the middle of this month, I'll be fully caught up, at least on global, for the story. Looking at future characters, you know, I mean, it's kind of hard to not see them when I'm on like Twitter sometimes and YouTube. So yes, I've seen future characters. I've seen Lilith. Who else have I seen? Who else was there? Lilith, Ishmael, of course. So I've seen them before already. Don't want to spoil. I mean, to be fair, it's an open beta, so it's like public information. So it's not really, it's not on the same wavelength as like actual leaks from like private information. So excited for Lilith. She looks cool. I'm excited for her too. A lot of characters I'm excited for in the future. When they come out to global, of course. Let's claim all these. There we go. Still not enough. I want a new Vera. Another new Vera. Well, somehow they gotta fit that into the story, of course. So when it comes to these new frames that they get, it has to be relevant to the story. Here you go, buddy. Go sit down. Good luck on weapon. Yeah, I want to get her weapon. And her cub. But obviously I don't have enough for either one, so it's gonna have to be the weapon I pick up. Weapon's pretty good. Yeah. See, I got her past 6K BP at least. Upgraded all of this shit. She's been really fun. Via Norman? Oh right, they released new Norman, didn't they? I haven't tried it yet. Oh god. I've seen people say it's been really difficult though. You can get a free cub pull every Norman. Really? Oh, you definitely can earn the tickets for a cub. I haven't tried, so I haven't tried yet, so yeah. When it came to Norman stuff, even before this one, this version of Norman, I didn't really do it all that often, so. It was difficult for me to progress. So I kind of just left it as is. Now speaking of which, did I do this? No, I haven't even done this yet. Yeah, I'll do it some other time. But yeah. Also, if you're wondering about this, I haven't done the story for this. I want to like leave it until I actually get to the chapter myself. But I think I'll definitely be able to get to Polaris Bond, like maybe halfway through the patch duration, maybe during like its final week. I don't know. 1 million in Warzone earlier. It was crazy. What? What's the Warzone for now? Crimson. Oh. Nice. Yeah, let's do this. Let me try. My queen! Oh, hail Kalong! Oh, great start. Whoops.
れで無駄なあがきよ。
Oh, hi, Roland.
小賢しい。哀れで無駄なあがきよ。生児の輪廻よ、冠をまとえ。天才生児競争安寧の時。最後の情けです。小賢しい。
What hit me?
哀れで無駄なあがきよ。哀れで無駄なあがきよ。
急遽片付けないといけないようだね。人の眠りを邪魔するやつを。
小賢しい。あ、最後のな天
Oh,
才的な
whoops.
タッチ。
Oh, no, I switched. I just died.
自由に創作を始めましょう。
Oh, I'm playing as Isla now.
終わりです。
急遽片付けないといけないようだね。人の眠りを邪魔するやつを。
Ugh. Yeah, so many charge attacks.
九竜の未来を共に見届けましょう。
It's better than what I used to get with Isla. That's for sure. Machine Factory? Physical? Oh, my physical team isn't that great, though. I'll leave it for another time. Alrighty. Anyway, that has been chapter 23, Wintry Shackles. Again, good chapter. Really good. Lilith boss fights are extremely fun too. I love her mechanic. I love the mechanics behind her fight. That was great. Yeah. I hope you guys enjoyed going through the chapter with me. Witnessing Lilith, crazy lady. The story between Alpha, Luna, Lucia. Some more about Fort Winter and all that stuff. And again, tomorrow we'll be floating Reverie with Han Ying. So with that being said, that will be it for me for tonight. Thank you for watching. Thank you for chilling with me. Thank you for chatting with me. I really do appreciate it. I hope you have a great rest of your day or night, wherever you are in the world. Take care, stay safe, drink plenty of water, and I hope you enjoyed the stream. And I will see you tomorrow for the floating Reverie. Liv is going to be playable. Yeah, I'm excited for that. All right. Again, thank you. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.